Any desk that you can get is going to be perfect. So maybe like this. Distance between people and staff.
Hey Felicia, you want these plants to stay back with the what you call it, or up on the chairs? Huh?
There's four chairs.
Keep them back. Okay, she said leave them back. Yeah. Yeah.
There's four chairs, three mics.
They'll use this one as a fourth when they need it. Good morning, everyone. We'll be getting started in the next 5 minutes. If you could start to take your seat, find your seat, say hello to the person next to you. You're going to get to know a little bit about each other throughout the day. And in about 5 more minutes, we're going to get started. Thank you so much. 1, 2. Good morning, everyone. Can you guys hear me? Can I get a little more volume on this one right here? Thank you so much. Good morning to all of you. How are you this morning? I love speaking to people after they've had something to eat. They smile more, they talk louder, the energy is just good. I am so glad that they put me after the breakfast and not after the lunch, because you know that's when you go to sleep. Good morning again and welcome to this year's Inland Port Symposium. This is where we all clap. Yeah. We are excited to be here. I'm excited to see all of you. This is our third annual Inland Port Symposium, and for those whom it's their first time being here, can we just see a show of hands? Oh, that's amazing. That is incredible. Give yourselves a hand. Listen, that's really exciting because we have so many people that are going to be here today, some amazing things that are going to be discussed throughout the day. This is definitely going to be to your benefit, so I'm glad that you are all here. And we have some great guests as well that I'm going to bring up. By the way, my name is Frankie Wilson. I see a lot of familiar faces, and I'm so happy to see you here this morning. I am a principal and behavior strategist for the Zoe Communications Agency. We thank you so much, Laura, and all the members of the Inland Port for allowing us to work with you again this year on this year's symposium. Before we bring up our first welcome, we'd like to extend some special thank yous to sponsors and people that helped to make today happen. So if you'll just point your eyes to the screens around you. UNT Dallas, you can clap for them. They're the reason we're in this beautiful facility today. Elite Material Handling. USA, there we go. Prime 45. DeSoto Development Corporation of Texas. The City of Hutchins, Texas, where progress meets opportunity. Wilmer, the City of Wilmer's Economic Development Corporation. Yeah, Wilmer's in the house. I love you guys. Star Transit. Champion. And Kimley Horn. Expect more, experience better. Can we just give another round of applause for all of our sponsors today? Yes, we said Palladium USA, yes. One thing I mentioned to Laura on yesterday that I thought was incredible, Commissioner Price, correct me if I'm wrong. Last year, you mentioned being in a room when this was first beginning of about 11 to 13 seats. Is that correct? To go from 11 to 13 seats in a small room to where we have almost 300 people registered for today's event is quite incredible. I think that's worth celebrating. That is definitely worth celebrating. Some great things are happening. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to bring up now Dean Jason Garrett. I'm going to tell you a little bit about him. He is the Dean of the University of North Texas at Dallas School of Business. He is over 1,200 students and 30 full-time staff by himself, and under his leadership and his staff, of course. They have added $12 million of advancement in the last 10 of 11 years. They facilitate majors including supply management all the way to information technology, and he has a strategic plan that he's implementing that's going to include a center that focuses specifically on chain management and logistics, entrepreneurship, and urban planning. Put your hands together, please, as we welcome Dean Jason Garrett.
Thank you, Frankie.
Yes, sir.
I just want to start out with saying thank you all for joining us on our beautiful campus today. Yes, how many of you are first time to the symposium? How many of you this is your first time on the UNT Dallas campus? One of my goals is to make that answer be less and less frequent. Come back and see us more often. We love having you on campus. We have a lot of great activities like this Inland Port Symposium. Just to handle a couple P's and Q's, for those of you who haven't figured out, facilities are just outside of the doors here, or down the hallways if you're out in the main atrium. And then we've distributed the Wi-Fi code for those of you who need it around the registration tables, and as well as where the food service is. Again, I'm Jason Garrett. I'm proud to serve as the Dean of the UNT Dallas School of Business. I send my the deepest, sincerest regrets that President Warren von Aschenbach was unable to be with us today due to a late schedule change on his side. But one of the things I want to spend just a moment on is just talking about some of the similarities that we see between UNT Dallas and Inland Port. Not only do we share a similar physical footprint, we are in the same physical footprint, but we also share a lot of common themes. One of those themes being access. In Inland Port's Symposium, everyone I've been to, we talk about the access, obviously, to 3 major interstates. Access to an intermodal, being 15 minutes away from the the center, the heart of the 4th largest metro area in the United States. Those are all important points. At UNT Dallas, we also focus on access to our students, where 70% of our students are first-generation college students. 70%. Most universities are bragging about 20 or 25%, and happy to serve that. But also serve a lot of students that come directly from your neighborhoods, directly from the Inland Port footprint. A lot of students that come from a lot of underserved backgrounds as well. And we're proud to serve those students and deliver opportunity. Above and beyond some of the physical resources, we also see a resiliency and agility. It's always been true of supply chains that resiliency and agility are among the top skills and top needs to operate a successful supply chain. Change is part of the supply chain. But we also see that in our students. They adapt regardless of the stresses put on them by the economy, by circumstances. They bounce back into shape, often much better than the form that they started in. And that's part of our goal as educators for them as well. We see nimbleness and responsiveness in our students as well as in the supply chain. We see the physical resources to deliver more value than the individual parts. We see students that want to deliver value not only for themselves, but for their families, for their communities, for their neighborhoods, for their region. We also serve students that in a region that's often underestimated. But our commitment, and I think the commitment for the Inland Port, Southern Dallas County Inland Port Management Association and UNT Dallas, is to make sure that we're never underprepared. And that's really what part of this is bringing you all together, is to make sure that we're planning and thinking and preparing for the future together for what this Inland Port can be and what your organizations can be. We're blessed in the Inland Port to have the only 4-year public university that's actually in the city of Dallas. And your closest public university for the entire Inland Port region is right here. This is UNT Dallas. Together with the Inland Port, we'll fuel the growth that will lead DFW further forward. We share a theme of growth. This university was founded just 15 years ago. The buildings and structures that you see, including the growth of our new STEM building, but also plans that go beyond that. We have plans for a new School of Business building. We have plans for an athletic and event center on campus, new dormitories, but also we're planning with you all, and we're planning with many developers in our region about what the future is going to look like around us. So one of the resources we also share in common is land and access to land. That's one of the reasons why this area of Dallas will grow and will develop. But it institutes organizations like the Inland Port Management Association, like UNT Dallas, that are making sure that growth is accessible to the residents of the Southern Dallas County region and sector. And we share an idea to fuel the dreams of our students, for jobs, for education. In education sense, at UNT Dallas, we have 9 different majors, undergraduate degree programs, ranging everywhere from supply chain management to human resources, accounting and finance, information technology, and all those are housed within the 1,200 student, or serve the 1,200 students that we're proud to serve at UNT Dallas. But we'd love to also find ways, if we're not already working with your organization, to find different ways to partner with you to strengthen your organization and to strengthen this region and strengthen supply chains throughout the DFW and North Texas area. Thank you all for spending some time and joining with us today. I know you're going to have a fantastic time in the program. Hang around with us as long as you can, and have a blessed rest of your day. Thank you.
All right, now I'd like to bring up Commissioner John Wiley Price to the stage. He's going to greet us this morning. Commissioner Price is the ranking member of the Dallas County Commissioners Court. He is known as our man downtown. He's the founder and president of Kwanzaa Fest. He's had over 38 years of leadership. He's an amazing, well-respected leader, and he's the reason why when we started Inland Port Symposium, we went from 1 + 1 = Inland Port to now saying that the future is today. Please welcome Commissioner John Wiley Price.
Thank you. He shorted me a few years, but at this age, I'll take that. I've had the occasion with the people of District 3 to be the commissioner for District 3 for the last 41 years. I feel real blessed to be here this morning. A lot of things are going, a lot of moving parts, and I'm ecstatic to see each and every one of you. I was telling my boss, Laura Freeland, out in the, she was worried about whether or not, she kept texting me, and I'm on the call, I'm trying to call Austin, neither life, liberty, or the pursuit of happiness while the legislature's in session. And so there are bills there that we're either trying to call a point of order on or try to see if we can amend them or do whatever's necessary. So when those legislators call, you know, we've got to be on the phone. And so I just want to thank you. I mean, this vision, and I'm going to give credit where credit is due. The Inland Port Management Association and Laura Freeland has been the real impetus for us being here this morning. Mike Rader, when we talk about 122 square miles that we delineate as the inland port, that's all well and good. And Mike and Prime and some of the other collaborators have made sure that it's consistent in terms of recruiting and basically telling our story, something other than the 3 of the top 10 interstates in the country. All of that's fine. But I really want to thank my cities and other vendors here, the collaborators, because one of the things that Laura has done very effectively with the CETA, the Southeast Area Transportation Alliance, and with the Best Southwest, and everything in between, we've collaborated. One of the things I said, and I thought about it a moment ago as I was standing there, is that the southern Dallas area, southern Dallas County, is larger than the footprint of Atlanta. And yes, southern Dallas, larger than the footprint of Atlanta. And when you look at that, and I listened to the dean a few minutes ago talk about all the opportunities, we know that's here. The growth is here. And even in the legislature, we still find ourselves trying to manage and say, we've got all of this land and this infrastructure. And colleagues like Mayor Pro Tem Tanel Atkins, who's going to come up and talk about it, we try to collaborate because we see the future. But I tell you what, you guys being here today validates that for the rest of us. It hasn't been a journey without end. And so thank you for being here. Thank you for taking time. Only Laura Freeland can bring this kind of brain trust. We got TxDOT's #1 person here today, right, Carolyn? Okay. Knows where all the transportation, not just in this region. She happens to be from this region. But, you know, and when you talk about TxDOT transportation statewide, here she is. She's here. And not only where we are now, where are we going? That's part of the collaboration as we continue to work together. So thank all of you. I know everybody, you know, we keep talking about And speaking of, all politics are local. I know we worried about some other things that are happening. Yeah. But I ain't gonna say nothing about y'all that didn't vote. But anyway, we ain't gonna get in that. By the way, today is the first day of early voting. And so I was definitely dealing with that. If you happen to live in Dallas County, you can vote at any of the 68 early voting locations. And they're open until 8 to 5 today, and then next week 7 to 7. But anyway, vote. It makes the difference. And at the end of the day, you're going to have to live under something. You decide what you want to live under or live with. Thank you for being here today. Thank you, Laura, for all you continue to do, and to all of my cities and participants. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm just going to say 41 years of service is impressive, is it not? And yeah, that's worth, man. I just want to throw this in really quick because I've never been able to say this to him, but I remember being living throughout some of those 41 years as being one of the first full graduating class at Townview Magnet Center. And I remember when that school first opened, and Commissioner Price was outside every single morning in some biker shorts and a t-shirt with several people with him and a blowhorn saying no justice, no peace every morning. I knew that because of you, Commissioner Price, and I've watched you champion all of these amazing things ever since that day. It's an honor to be able to be on the same stage with you from that moment. So again, our Commissioner, our man downtown, Commissioner Price, thank you so much for those words. And yes, please go vote. Please, God, go vote. All right, I want to bring up our Mayor Pro Tem, Tanel Atkins. We're excited that he's here today. Yes, you can clap as he comes. He is our chair of the Economic Development Committee. He's vice chair of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, also chair an ad hoc committee. Listen, Tanel Atkins started, he was first elected in June of 2007. He's now started his 8th term in 2023. And that's because of his amazing leadership and because of his incredible brain capacity. He's committed to promoting economic development, including new business recruitment. So without further ado, please put your hands together for Mayor Pro Tem Tanel Atkins. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you for being here. First, let's give honor to God. It's a blessing to be here. I want to thank one person first, that's Commissioner Price. I've been council member for going over 16 years, and he can double my time. But I remember back in 2006 when the city of Dallas had the first bond package, talking about the Inland Port. Mike Rader, remember there. But the point is that we are in a city, a county, working together as one to be the greatest economic impact in the world. And one thing people did not realize, what is logistics? And people said, a logistic hub. What is a logistic hub? You're not around in the water or anything, but you're in a logistic, the Inland Port. And when you do that, it's all about economics, it's all about jobs and business. In the business community, you would look at Amazon, Kroger's, Key, L'Oreal, all the big Fortune 500 companies come here. And they did it for one reason, because of infrastructure. The interstate, I-20, East Coast, West Coast, 45, Mexico, all the way to Canada. Those are the thoroughfares that where we can go. And 2 major railroads. So it's all infrastructure. So there was a time that we look at today, what did we thought 20 years ago within in the port? And I also want to thank Michael Morris. You know, please give a shout out to Michael Morris because he brought the money. And I also want to thank Gail Terrell's here, and I think she's here, Gail Terrell, and also Helen LaPester. Will you please stand up way in the back? This was the Economic Development Corporation, which you were part of this starting line to get it to the finish line also. But the point is that why we are here with UNT Dallas today is because of DART, also transportation, Star Transit, those deals. Laura Freeman, thank you for everything you've done here. And I've been going back and forth to Austin. And Gus, thank you for being here also, Gus, concording right there. Thank you, Gus. There is a bill in Austin, Texas, SB 1557. SB 1557. And there's a House bill also there. And they talk about DART. DART, transportation. When the Inland Port first started out, Michael Myers and DART and some of our DART board people to make sure we had free transportation to get to the Inland Port for jobs. And this bill in Austin is very important to this whole southern region about transportation, the light rail, the buses, to get people to those jobs. And that's why those companies move there, like Amazon, Kroger's, Key, L'Oreal, because they move there because of DART, because of light rail, because of transit. If you know your state representative or your senator, please call them. There's going to be a hearing on Thursday to talk about this DART bill. The city of Dallas pay 1 cent to DART. That's $440 million a year, almost $500 million a year. And they are trying to take 25% of that 1 penny, 25% of that 1 penny. And that's over $100 million a year that we are going to lose, the Inland Port going to lose because of lack of transportation to get the people to work on time. And that is very crucial to you in this room today, because we cannot afford to let Austin to tell us what we need to spend our money to have economic development. Because it's very important. If you know your senator, you know your state representative, please talk to them, because this bill is going to be heard on Thursday. Now, in closing, I just want to say 2 things. Number one, how many people here have a business in the Inland Port? Please stand up. If you have a business in the Inland Port, please stand up. Any kind of business in the Inland Port. Okay? These businesses right here cannot survive without you going to work. They rely on you to make sure that when you live in the southern part of Dallas, you have the right transportation to get to the job on time. I know many times Mike Raiders probably has spent money out of his pocket to make sure residents get to work to the Inland Port investment. If you're going to grow the southern part of Dallas, like Commissioner Price says, the southern part of Dallas is larger than Atlanta. But guess what? We are bigger than Atlanta. We can grow to Atlanta because we got more land. So therefore, you are the people in the room. It's the future in Dallas because more companies moving to this region than anywhere else in America because there is a future here. So in closing, thank you, God bless you, and have a great day.
It was hard. I'm gonna tell you, it was hard. It was frustrating. But it brought tears to my eyes because I said, Lord, I prayed, I said, I need this. I really need this, to be independent and go and come back to get, for myself. And I started saying, Ruthie, you can do this. And as I kept on and kept on and kept on, I said, I'm not throwing in the towel. I said, it's just a test. And I just loved it. When I call every morning about 7:45, they know me. If I do my deal, they still know me. And then they said, you going to that? I said, yes, I am. So I really love it. I am so glad that this came to me. I mean, if you want to be independent and show your family, your kids that you can do it, I did it with the grace of God. You can do it, but you got to be permanent. You can't throw in the towel. And so I'm encouraging anybody, try out. You will love being independent, where you don't have to depend on nobody and you can go where you want to go. I love it. I hope you love it. I mean, I just love all about it. I am so glad. I just tell Miss Laurie, I just love it.
GM say, tell Miss Laura. And so let's talk about Laura Freeman. She is the executive director of the Southern Dallas County Inland Port Transportation Management Association. She has been serving in that capacity since 2021. She's implemented industry-leading revenue management systems and created multi-year strategic plans to transform organizations through change management systems. But in addition to that, she is an amazing person personally to work with, to know, and to see champion something like the Inland Port. I don't know anyone else that lives and sleeps Inland Port like Laura does. I really believe that she possibly wakes up in the middle of the night sometimes from nightmares and yells, instead of saying Jesus, she says Inland Port. And then says, I mean, Jesus, help. One or the other. She loves it that much, and that's why we love her. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Executive Director Laura Freeland.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Here you go, dear.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, gosh, that's very kind. Thank you. You know what I loved before that? So if you all do not know who Miss Ruthie is, we're Star Transit. Star Transit, do you know who Miss Ruthie is? Oh, yes, you do. She is amazing. And I've got it, Brian and Lucius from DART. Can you raise your hand? You are somewhere back there. Thank you, Lucius. So thanks to Ryan and Lucius at DART, Star Transit, Miss Ruthie was paying every day to get an Uber to take her from her home in Singing Hills to the Lancaster Senior Center. And I can't remember who it was that said, you've got to get with Laura Freeland. I think it was the head of the senior center at, I'm forgetting his name right now, Clyde. But he ended up saying, you got to get with Laura. Ruthie Freeman takes that every day. Her grandson, when there were some technical problems, her grandson said, Mom, or Grandma, you don't need to call in. You can actually get on the app. So that is all Miss Ruthie. If you haven't met Miss Ruthie, if we could have a Rider of the Year, Rider of all time, sorry, anybody else, but she's the one. I just absolutely love her. So I had to say that out, a shout out. Mayor Pro Tem Atkins, you made it easy for me. You already explained the service that we do, so I'm not going to worry too much about explaining the service. And am I doing this right? Let's see where I need to point it to. Let's see. There we go. Thank you. I want to start here. So, you know, one of the themes for today, and I'm so grateful for Zoe Communications to do this, is really talk about what our theme is. And you're going to hear this thread throughout. You see it on the agenda. It's a blueprint for action. Do we have the plans? Absolutely not. Why do we have all of you all here today? To help us with this blueprint. It is a starting point. This is a group that represents all the groups, the engineering firms, the communities, universities, the businesses. We are working on that blueprint now. We need everyone here to be a part of that. What will I say is the basis of any good blueprint for the Inland Port? Well, I'm going to say it's transportation. And thanks to the vision of Commissioner Price, Mayor Pro Tem Atkins, COG, so many people here in this room, Mike Rader, Alberta Blair being my board chair, they made sure that transportation was the foundation. And I'm missing names, and I do apologize about this. I get a little fast speaking. He already explained how this worked, how the Inland Port transportation works. You heard Miss Ruthie explain it. You can call, you can get on that Go Pass, and we're going to take you anywhere in that zone, which is 120 square miles. That's been phenomenal transportation that we've been providing since November of 2020. If you all remember, for the folks who've been here when I was here 2 years ago at this very stadium, this very podium, We talked about ridership. So when we started, I started January 2021, it was 1,400 rides in the month of January 2021. Gosh, it's like, look how far we've come. I was excited we were at 6,000, 10,000, 14,000. 2024 went from 21,000, February 24, all the way up to almost 30,000 in August. And the way this happens, oh, thank you. And this is the businesses, this is the cities, this is the EDCs, this is every single person who makes sure that the word gets out about the Inland Port GoLink. And I'm so grateful for all of you who've done that. And the wait times have been fantastic, always under 15 minutes, which has been great. The unique riders keep going up. We were at a much smaller, we were in the 3-digit numbers. Now we're over 2,000 with our unique riders, which is so key. And look at this ridership. When you look at the ridership, over 20,000 started in the city of Dallas. And what's interesting is these are all where they started. So you've got 20,000 in Dallas, you've got 4,000 in Lancaster, Hutchins, DeSoto, Wilmer. The numbers keep growing and growing. And the same number that start in these cities, it's about that same numbers that finish their trip in these cities. And so what happens is we've got about 90% of our rides either start or end in Dallas. So what I love about this is the partnership, as Mayor Pro Tem Atkins talked about, what they pay into DART, that's what helps to feed the transportation into all of the Inland Port area. And so when he says, please contact your legislature, this is so important right now because we do need DART to be right there with us. They've been with us from the beginning, as well as these cities with Lancaster, Hutchins, DeSoto, Wilmer. Those were the ones who said, we want to be a part of this organization, and this is what we've done. We've gone from 1,400, January 2021, to almost 30,000 August 2024, and that's everyone coming together. This will show you, this has been really interesting. We started off as workforce transportation. It was only going to be workforce transportation. How we were going to make this happen for the Transportation Management Association was you got a GoLink stop if you were a member of the Inland Port TMA. Well, because of the funding that comes through for federal transit dollars, we have it open to everyone, right? It has to be public transportation. And what's so important here is 41% of these trips start at a residence. There's another 21% that are starting at DART. And then there's businesses, and those businesses can be the Walmart Supercenter. It can be getting to any kinds of businesses, restaurants that are needed, the dollar store, or those businesses. And the distribution centers are actually 10% of those rides that start. Education, we've got Dallas College, we've got UNT Dallas, we've got Paul Quinn College. All three places are here, as well as some of the high schools. The kids that have after-school activities can actually take this service and not have to rely on their parents if their parents aren't available to pick them up after school for after a club event or something like that. Medical, social services, and religious services. So what started off as workforce transportation has really become public transportation for all in the Inland Port, and this is something we need to continue. But I want to talk about what our next phase is, right? So we're in a transition phase, so that transition is included in the blueprints, and we're going to hear a little bit more later. But what's happened in this area is ridership has been incredibly, incredibly successful. And when you have that increase in ridership, you can imagine 1,400 rides a month versus 30,000 rides a month. That's a big difference in price, right? So our transportation costs have gone up. As I mentioned, the businesses were going to be the foundation, the membership, but that model's not working the way we thought, so we're looking at other models. But what I will say is I'm so grateful to COG because they've been at the table from the very beginning. Since the very beginning, they've actually invested $4.5 million for transportation into our area. Thank you. That is so deserving. And I got to tell you, the first time I went to Michael Morrison saying, oh my goodness, we've just got rides. They just come in and how it's working. He's like, Laura, that is such a success story. I think from everyone's perspective, to go from 1,400 rides, we're now at 30,000 rides in the month of August and about 27,000 this last month. That's the kind of transportation we've always needed. It's for the businesses. You saw all the reasons it's here. But the next phase that we have to do is how do you make it sustainable? He talked about this at the last symposium, and we're going to talk a little bit more about it this symposium, about how we're making it sustainable. The very first thing that we're doing is we've got Star Transit, who's been our provider, is working with each and every city in the Inland Port, and North Central Texas Council of Governments actually going to take the RAISE grants from 2021, invest it. So we're already talking to Wilmer, to Hutchins, to Lancaster, DeSoto, and I've heard from the majority of them they want to continue, so we're continuing this service. And it's going to be, did I just turn it off? There we go. And so we've got this additional funding to continue the service, but what I need of each and every one of you guys is to really continue to get the word out. We've got Solar Turbine here today, and the reason we have Solar Turbine here today is because of DeSoto. DeSoto made sure that when Solar Turbine had that relationship with the DeSoto EDC to say, become a member, be a part of the TMA. We've got Ollie's here today. It's been fantastic. Lancaster EDC saying when they ask about transportation, we have an issue. Go talk to Laura. We'll get you set up with the transportation. And they've had great ridership as a result. And then you heard Miss Freeman. No, I got to close on Miss Freeman. When Miss Freeman said she needed to get to the senior center to enjoy the services, to have her the independent living, it was with the GoLink. So you saw all the reasons. I'm asking each and every one of you, if you can do one thing today, make sure everyone, you get at least 5 people within the end of the week. I'll give you till the end of the week. By the end of the week, make sure you share with 5 people about the GoLink. When people talk about Southern Dallas County and what are the things that we don't have, make sure we talk about what do we have. And what we do have is the best transportation, not only in all of the U.S., but I've traveled around the world. Nobody has 120 square miles of on-demand transportation, and that's something to be proud of. And that's going to be the foundation of the blueprint. So thank you. And I think that's it for me. I'm going to let you turn it. And let me turn it over to the next one. Is that it? Oh, wait a minute. She gave me a great slide. How could I forget this? Sorry. My question to each and every one of you, how are you going to be a part of this Inland Port blueprint? Make sure you're a part of it. Stay engaged. If you're not already following us on LinkedIn, if you're not already on our distribution list, send us an email, and we'll make sure that you're a part of this blueprint. So thank you.
So just a few times throughout the program, you're going to get a brief introduction to a few of our supply chain management students at UNT Dallas. And with that, we'll have our first student come up.
Good morning. My name is Cherie King Ramirez. I am a senior now at UNT Dallas. I just want to say thank you to Laura for having us here and giving us this opportunity as students. I think this is really valuable to get FaceTime with all of you. Supply chain is exciting to me because I love the amount of opportunities that there are for careers. I mean, there's so many options, and I am just so excited to find my link within the chain.
There we go. Now, I said at the beginning, great things are going to be happening on today. And there's the start of it. I must say, I've been to several events here, and this is one of the only schools where I will see the professors get up and advocate for their students to get opportunities like that. And so this being here as well just brings it all together. It's amazing. Thank you so much for that. And we're looking forward to hearing from more students. We're getting ready to go into our first panel discussion for the day. But before we do that, a few things that we'd like to do. There are a couple of city servants, officials that are in the room, from mayors to representatives to former city officials. We want to be able to recognize all of you. If you would just please stand real quickly so we can recognize those of you that are in the room. I was not given a list, so we're going to have to go off of who stands up, and I just want to... We thank you all so much for being here. We're grateful to have you here. And one more thing that I forgot, we're not making a big deal of this, but it is something that's important on this Thursday. I want to be the first person, since I have the mic, to wish an early happy birthday to our Commissioner John Wiley Price. Happy birthday, and God bless you. All right, now, coming to the stage is Carolyn Mays of TxDOT, Jerry Schwebel of IBC Bank, Michael Morris of NCT COG, and Cullum Clark, who will be our moderator for today from the George Bush Institute at SMU. As they make their way up here, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the moderator, and Cullum, you're going to take my microphone after I finish, just so you know. Cullum Clark with TxDOT, of course, is, with George Bush Institute. He's the director at the Bush Institute at SMU Economic Growth and Initiative, and he's an adjunct professor. He's co-authored the 2021 book, The Texas Triangle, An Emerging Power in the Global Economy. He's had a 25-year career in investments and has founded 2 firms himself that have been successful. He is the moderator for our panel on economic outlook and logistics impact. Please put your hands together for these wonderful people today.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be with you all, an honor to be with this great panel. And Laura, where are you? Thank you so much for inviting me and for making all of this happen. I will introduce our panelists here in just a moment, but I wanted to say a couple things really fast from an economist's point of view about what we're talking about. Our panel has been asked to talk about the economic impact of the inland port, but beyond that, the whole larger topic of freight moving across the border of the U.S.-Mexican border, through our state, through our region here, to places all over the place, freight moving in both directions, just how important this is to the economy, a piece of the economy that a lot of people don't see until they actually have the, they're in the store, or they have the Amazon box show up at their door, but it's a very big, complex system behind that. I'll ask the panelists to talk about data here in a moment, but I just want to throw out a couple thoughts. One single data point, I asked Perplexity, and I don't know about you all, I trust everything I read on AI, but asked Perplexity how much freight moves across the U.S.-Mexican border. Our experts probably know, but it's certainly at least in the several hundred million tons a year. So I just want you to think about several hundred million tons. The other point is a qualitative one, and I teach a class at SMU on economic history. I think about kind of big picture economic history a lot, and here's just a simple thing I've observed traveling around the world and studying history, and that is people inherently want to trade. They have probably been trading things since the dawn of humanity. They trade locally. If we all got together, I might have something you want, you have something I want. But once we actually impose national borders between two countries, then that desire to trade, well, that goes national. And places right along that border or any place that facilitates that trade, that helps make it happen, that's a really important place. It's typically a very prosperous place, a place that makes really a pretty huge difference. And we're going to hear about Laredo, among other things, but also right here in Dallas, Texas, though we're not quite on the border, we facilitate that trade to a remarkable degree. So with those preliminaries, it is my great honor to introduce our panelists. So I'll start immediately to my right. Ms. Carolyn May is Director of Planning and Modal Programs at the Texas Department of Transportation, TxDOT, colloquially, I'll call it that going forward. She has more than 24 years of transportation planning, policy, and project development and implementation experience. She joined TxDOT in 2012, and she's part of TxDOT's senior leadership team. And as such, she directs all transportation planning activities of the agency, including every mode, such as aviation, maritime, public transit, rails, and roads, and others that I've probably left out. She serves also as chair of the Association of American State Highway Officials Special Committee on Freight. By the way, quick aside, I've actually been reading a history of the interstate highway system, and the association in which she's a principal leader is probably one of the most important groups of officials in this country that most people have never heard of, that have accomplished pretty amazing things since the Interstate Highway Act in 1956. Anyway, Ms. Mays has bachelor's degrees from and a master's degree from Canadian universities, so we can say about her the classic line that she wasn't born in Texas, but she got here as fast as she could. To Ms. Mays' right is Gary Schwabel. Jerry, I messed up. So Jerry is Executive Vice President of the Corporate International Division of International Bank of Commerce, or IBC Bank. IBC Bank is a $15.5 billion bank and financial services holding company based in Laredo, Texas, with 167 locations in Texas and Oklahoma. Jerry is a recognized leading expert on all things to do with U.S.-Mexico trade and finance. He's had frequent invitations to testify before the United States Congress on trade issues, including the treaty formerly known as NAFTA, more recently renegotiated to become the USMCA, U.S.-Mexico-Canada Agreement, in which he played a role in the negotiation as a private sector advisor to the government negotiators. He's on the advisory council of the prestigious Texas Transportation Institute at Texas A&M University, and a member of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce U.S.-Mexico Council. And he is a graduate of several great universities here in Texas. I won't list them all because he's done quite a number of degrees, and a veteran U.S. Army officer. It's a pleasure to have you. And out to right there is Mr. Michael Morris, Director of Transportation for the North Central Texas Council of Governments. He's been in that role for how many years? I didn't have that in my...
It's in the Old Testament next to the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. 44 years.
So 24 years.
44.
40, sorry. Oh, my goodness, 44 years. So the North Central, yeah, thank you for that. The North Central Texas Council of Governments, if you don't know, is a vitally important planning entity in our region that coordinates all kinds of things, and perhaps more than anything else, has coordinated the massive build-out of all manner of transportation that we have here in our region. Michael is a graduate of a master's program in civil engineering from the State University of New York at Buffalo. And I think it would be best if I dispensed with further introductions, other than to say he's played a vital role in everything that has happened in this region in making it work as we have grown to 8.34 million people in the metropolitan area today. So I think we're going to start with a few slides. Why don't I just let you all take it away in the order that you're seated here, and go through a couple slides as sort of an introduction, and then I'll have lots of questions, and hopefully you all will have some questions in the end. Ms. Mays, take it away.
Yes. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Carolyn. How are you?
Now you know why I didn't sit next to Michael and Jerry. So I was telling somebody, I know these two gentlemen very well. I've known Michael probably longer than I've known Jerry in my days. So I decided not to sit next to them because I would be sandwiched between the two of them. But that said, Michael, behave, okay? Today, just today. Before I get to my remarks, I really would be remiss if, one, I didn't thank Commissioner Price. Thank you. Really appreciate your leadership and really folding in the vision that Laura has had for the Inland Port and bringing Laura in. And really, Laura, thank you for your commitment, for driving what we see here today and bringing so many people together to really create what we will see. Some of us may not see, but has grown to what we see now. So I want to just thank you, Commissioner Price, Alberta, Blair. I want to thank you, and I want to give a shout out to Michael Rader. I have a history with Michael. When I started TxDOT, I remember coming out here, he drove me around, showing me a lot of places. It was just grass everywhere, barely buildings. And one by one, what you see here today, sometimes it takes one person to really be relentless in doing that. So Michael, thank you for your vision and for continuing to do that. Quick shout out to a couple of folks here. Gus Concurry from City of Dallas, great friend and doing a lot of great work there. And then to really a lot of people have TxDOT here. I don't do this by myself. There's a lot of people at TxDOT, consulting teams that support me in a lot of the work that I do. But then also the gentleman you see up here, work with Jerry a lot, Michael a lot, so it's a partnership. So I just want to thank everybody for that. And that's really what I want you to leave here today. Through partnership, through working together, we can accomplish a lot. TxDOT, we only do part of things. We don't do everything. So we really work a lot with partners at the local level, regional level, state level, but also federal level. I've spoken here before, and today I just wanted to highlight a few things fairly quickly. Who's running the slide, Laura? Okay, yeah. A quick reminder, this slide is just looking at when we talk about South Dallas Inland Port, what are we talking about? And as you can see here, it's, you already heard that this is bigger than Atlanta. I used to live in Atlanta, by the way, so Commissioner Price, that shocked me. I was like, wow, this is bigger than Atlanta. I used to live there. And so to see and understand that scale, but see what's here. It was mentioned earlier, you have all of these big companies, these big corporations. Why are they here? Because there's something in this region. Really, there's something in this region, something in South Dallas that's really important to them. You got Amazon, you got Walmart, you got all of these big names that are here. But what I really want to show you is that there's over 83 companies here. And probably more now that are located here and really creating jobs in the Inland Port area. And then north of this location is Alliance, Texas. You guys know what Alliance, Texas is, and really what a success that has been. And I think, you know, that is also being funneled to South Dallas. Next slide, Laura. I showed this last time, and I'm going to continue to show this so you can understand that this region is connected. You know, Colum talked about border trade. This region and South Dallas is where it all happens. So when you look at this, look at where you can be in 24 hours from here, okay? And this here, this is how logistics work. This is why Dallas-Fort Worth region is so important to logistics in the United States, but also Mexico and North American trade. You hear a lot from Jerry. 24 hours, you can be 77% of US. A truck could reach there, okay? 29 Mexican states cover border, okay? 3 Canadian provinces in 24 hours. That's what a lot of businesses are looking for. What's my market reach? From Dallas, if I have a warehouse and distribution center here, and South Dallas being a key component of that. Why do you see all of Laura, why you see all of these big warehouses here? That's what they're trying to do. That's the market they're trying to reach. They bring stuff from Mexico here, and then they distribute it. Next slide. And this one, Jerry is probably going to show this, but I wanted to show this again. When you look at this, look at the blob, the red blob. I call this the artery. It's like a heart attack, but it shows you the intensity of truck movement within this region. But again, you see, this is trucks leaving this region, going all over the U.S., going all over Canada, going all over Mexico. And again, it just underscores the critical role this region plays in logistics. And this is just trucking. Rail is about the same, because you got UP Railroad here, you got BNSF at Alliance, a huge player in the rail, freight rail as well. Next slide, Laura. You got it? Yeah, so the next slide, I wanted to focus on what Laura mentioned earlier. When you really look at the economic competitiveness, economic role of the inland port, 46,000 jobs are in here, and you saw some of that earlier. 46,000, and it's growing. And 30% of that is in the manufacturing and 52% in distribution. So when you look at a lot of that, distribution, yes, you have a lot because of the warehousing, but what you're starting to see more manufacturing actually coming to the inland port area, and that means what? Good paying jobs that are going to be here for a while, for a long time. Manufacturing doesn't pick up and move in 5 years. A lot of it stays for a very long time, and more manufacturing will continue to show up here. And then I wanted to highlight the last one is really the value of what comes into the inland port and goes out. And you can see we were at 93 billion, and we're looking at another $41 billion really moving forward. So when you start looking at inbound versus outbound, inbound is what's coming in. This is freight coming in. And then outbound is what's going out. And you're going to see that continue to grow and really continue to propel this region to be a key player. And Jerry's probably going to talk a little bit about the border trade. What you're going to see is you're going to see that being attracted more to the South Dallas because of the transportation network that was mentioned earlier. You got the highway network, I-35, I-45, I-20, and now we're building Loop 9, which would just make this place much more attractive, and then also the rail that's in here. So really just wanted to highlight those and be more than happy to discuss more later the critical role that South Dallas plays and the inland port particularly plays moving forward. We're all going to be amazed looking at this region in the next 5 to 10 years and just see the success story. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Mays. Jerry Schwebel, tell us about everything you've been working on at ICB Bank, all these.
Well, thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. And, you know, we're in the process of doing some shout-outs. Laura, thank you for inviting me. My only question is, why did it wait 8 years to invite me to come here and talk to you all about the border? But I'm here, and I'm happy to do so, and thank you for inviting me and to be with my good friend Caroline Mays. You know, you moved from Atlanta, didn't you? You know, so you saw what was happening here a while back. So I remember when she first arrived, and she's a godsend to Texas. So first of all, I'll start off saying, I'm Jerry Schwebel. I thank God every day that I live in Texas, and I thank God every day that I live and work in Laredo, Texas, the #1 port in all of North America. Now, that may not mean anything. How many of you have been to Laredo? Raise your hands. Okay? How many of you all are doing business through Laredo? Okay, that's what I'm going to talk about today. Because one thing is to be somewhere, another thing is to be involved in business. But believe it or not, everyone in this room is involved one way or the other in the business that goes through Laredo. Do a shout out to my good friend Tiffany Melvin, who heads up the North American Strategy for Competitiveness, NASCO, with an office here in Dallas. I-35 corridor. I also thank God that I-35 starts in Laredo, Texas, because that's what I'm going to show you in my first slide today. I want to show you the importance of being a strategic location. This map right here that you're going to look at, it's got a big red star on it, but the big star really is the Lone Star of Texas. how we are the aorta really of North America through our highway connectivity and through our highway network. So when we talk about trade, and I live trade every day. My office oversees I-35. So I see trucks, I see people, I see cars, and the Kansas City Southern, now the Canadian Pacific KCS rail line runs by my bank, so I hear all the whistle blow, and I complain about it because it sets up all our alarms in our parking lots. But I love the music of trains, and I love trucks, and I love people moving. But we got to keep it moving. So my focus is working with Caroline and many others, is how do we work in that connectivity element, how do we connect the border, and how people understand really what's going on the border. As I said, I live it every day. So my role, and I've been, I had a friend of mine that said, Jerry, I've been doing this stuff for 44 years too. And so it's.
We love you, Jerry.
and you notice that the two gentlemen over here have got paper on their hands, and the technology has got an iPad over here, but we still do stuff on paper, is that we still believe that the basics elements are still there. In trade, we like to say that governments don't trade, people trade. So it's the people that make things happen. So how do we work with the communities, creating the synergies that connect not just highways, but connect people in creating jobs and economic vitality for regions. As I said, this is, and I'm very pleased to be at this beautiful campus, but it's important to us to learn from you all what you all are doing, and for you all to learn from us what we're doing, so that we can compare notes, so that we can avoid the mistakes that others have done, and how we can achieve greater success by eliminating any errors and working together. So this map right here that I'm showing you starts off with highway connectivity. In Laredo alone, it's not just I-35, but we're working on other infrastructure projects such as I-69 that runs from the Rio Grande Valley through Corpus, through Houston, and connects all the way up to 8 different states into the east. We're working on I-27 that connects Laredo through the Permian Basin, agriculture corridors, goes through Colorado all the way up north as well to Canada. That's 3 interstates, and we're working on a 4th one, which would be Interstate 2, that will connect Laredo really through 83 all the way down to Brownsville. No other city on the border will have 4 interstates that connect to a city like Laredo. But the question is, what got us there? How do we get there? It talks, you got to spread the gospel of the border. That's what I've been doing. I've been telling the story that the border is not a different planet. It's not a different country. It's really, the beauty about it, it's border communities are really one city in 2 countries. We're so integrated as people, as cultures, and therefore, we don't see the border as something that we have to cross to get from one country to the other. We see it as just going from one part of town to the other. And we mesh the culture, the language, the people, the moral fiber of the people that say, we want more because we're small communities, like many of you all in this room, we're small communities that found a niche and took advantage of it and said, it is not a weakness, it is a strength. And we're going to make it better, and we're going to go ahead and kind of work with others to tell that story. So I'm going to talk about that today and this morning and tell you the story that North American trade has been the lifeblood of what many of you all are talking about today, supply chain. We didn't talk about supply chains. Really, COVID really brought out. How many of you, I tell you in my household, it's not as if we talked about supply chains over dinner. Till my wife's package on Amazon did not arrive. Then she wanted to know, what is the stuff you do about supply chains, Jerry? I said, well, that's my lifeblood. How do I get it to the table? How the convenience, speed, and at the end of the day, how many jobs will it create? And as a bank, my job is to create economic vitality, build rooftops, create jobs. That's what banks should be doing every day, creating jobs, working with the public-private partnerships of job creation to create that economic vitality. We're small communities, and I'm going to tell you the story about, if I could talk to you, meet you out this morning, let's exchange cards, let's exchange ideas, because I want to invite you all to come down to the border, to come down and visit us, and we could learn from each other how we could together create more economic vitality for each other. That's my opening remarks.
Thank you so much, Jerry. All right, Mr. Morris, you have some slides as well.
I just have two. I came here today to hear Jerry's announcement on how much money his bank is going to give to our particular region. And I await Carolyn's announcement on how much money TxDOT is going to infuse in our part of the region. So let's have a round of applause for both of them. I want to do two things. I think it's critical that this room understand the who, and then I want to start laying the foundation for the blueprint, especially the financial side. So you've already met Commissioner Price. I'll go to war with Commissioner Price any day, any time, and we have in the past, and a lot of what you see in the region is due to the insight and wisdom of that particular man. You met Mayor Pro Tem Atkins. Laura is the lifeline of why we are all here today. Don't ask me why. We all come and do whatever we can for Laura, but it is sort of a magnet of some kind. Carla Windsor is on our staff. You'll see her in the next panel. She somehow has the Laura attraction and funds transit and a whole host of other things. Gus, you've heard Gus's name a few times. It's critical that the city of Dallas is a major player in the team. Alberta is here from the county. So you have the Council of Governments, you have the city, you have the county. Carolyn is a terrific friend at TxDOT with regard to what it is we do. It is critical that Jerry and others who fund and finance transportation, and the most important group is you from the private sector, where we're trying to advance infrastructure so fast to meet just-in-time delivery in the commitments you're making out of your particular pocket. I think it's important to draw some distinctions between our two intermodal hubs. Both are in our region. You have the Burlington Northern Santa Fe and Northern Tarrant County and the UP Intermodal and Logistics Hub in the southern part of Dallas County. The critical part to understand, and a credit to Union Pacific, is a logistics hub has manufacturing. An intermodal hub has goods movement. So the additional track laid by UP to create higher paying jobs, back, Professor, to the importance of the economic impacts, you have in this part an opportunity to advance higher salaries due to the logistics component of manufacturing in this part of the region. The eastern side is much larger than the western side. It's more difficult to work with, which is part of the blueprint I want to get to. Burlington Northern is a very successful Class 1 railroad, so is UP. You also have the potential for Kansas City Southern Rail and the advancement of the Canadian Railroad Company because of all of the goods movement they do in Mexico. But you also have an opportunity at some point of a BNSF intermodal facility in this part of the region. Both have airports, even though Mr. Perot has expanded into an air cargo airport. One of the logistics elements is to continue to explore Lancaster as an air cargo airport. Both are creating a zillion jobs, very good high-paying jobs. You're not building enough residents around all these particular jobs. In this part of the region, you have a not very good job housing balance. As a result, people are are going long distances, and you have therefore a whole bunch of people having to take transit in order to get to these particular locations. It's a terrific opportunity. It is a huge blessing to have two huge intermodal elements all in the same 8 million person region. We're on our way to 12 million people by 2050. DFW Airport and the intermodal complexes, these two intermodal complexes, are the economic engine that is going to drive the higher paying job creation in the Dallas-Fort Worth region. The one in the West is relatively straightforward. I would call it a traditional public-private sector model. You have a very strong integrated Hillwood representing a single major private sector player. In the UP area, you have private sector companies spread across dozens and dozens and dozens of companies where you need a LoRa or a TMA to harness that private sector energy. And you have somewhat smaller, you don't have a Fort Worth, you got a little orphan problem with the intermodal being on the boundary of Dallas versus integrated into the Fort Worth complex. So Gus has to continue to fight for City of Dallas attention and pay attention to this particular part of the region. But it's my job to really harness what is really a public, private, public, public partnership program. It's what we, in the English language, we call it a federated approach. It is not as easy as a simple public-private sector partnership. So as a result, when we start looking at the blueprint and start looking at the what, it takes all of you in this room to have enough confidence in the who that they're all working together to accomplish something really, really cool, but we all got to do it in an integrated, federated approach to do this particular success. We've built Loop 9, is finally open. We've grade separated our two east-west thoroughfare streets at the UP. You don't have that at the Burlington Northern Santa Fe. They're not grade separated. Alberta will tell you what the double hockey stick is. If you look at an aerial photograph, it's the building of two additional thoroughfare streets. Commissioner Price's vision of Sunrise Beltline being integrated is now funded. You have improvements at the interchanges on Interstate 45. You have tremendous commitment to transportation in the southern sector, but it has come at a private partnership program, and the blueprint has to simplify that particular structure. We are not all going to be here 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now. We got to institutionalize this relationship. Laura is on the clock. It's the third quarter. We need to create a revenue stream to advance the momentum of this particular investment before time runs out. And if this economic development is going to continue, it has to do so through a more formal institutional structure. My last slide. The local government corporation initiated by Dallas County is a path forward. It's a tremendous opportunity to leverage transportation revenue. It may not yet have the right cities in it. I mean, it's really critical we create partnerships to make it easier to fund transportation projects. What is the role of TxDOT in the future mix? What is our agency's commitment going to be? Do we develop a one-third partnership program and fund transportation projects? What is the system or sequencing of these particular jobs? We funded the TMA at the request of Price, the Transportation Management Association, at the request of Price and Atkins. I knew it wasn't sustainable. It's our 5th TMA we've funded in the region. None of them have been sustainable. The fact that the private sector says, yes, get us together, we'll fund our own way, we'll make sure it's sustainable, never results in it being fully sustainable. The private sector wishes the public sector to carry more of the water. We're prepared to carry more of the water, but we all got to focus on that particular blueprint. That TMA is on the clock. It's not enough to sustain all of that transit commitment, all of the planning commitment, all of the system commitment. So finally, you know, what role will TxDOT play? What is the federated local government relationship? What is the relationship of other organizations like Best Southwest? What is the integration of a local government corporation? On our watch, we will create some public-private partnership that's institutionalized to be able to sustain this economic model so critical for the Dallas-Fort Worth region. Thank you for having us today.
Thank you. So in terms of where we take the conversation, I thought it might be helpful to start a little bit big and broad and then kind of focus in on exactly where we are here in the Inland Port area, okay? So the big and broad level, trade and the movement of goods. So I would suggest a couple things real fast. One is that historically, you can make a pretty good case that where we are in Texas, in the Texas Triangle area, in particular in North Texas, kind of was destined to be, I think, a significant player in the movement of goods around this country and this continent, because it is sort of naturally at the junction of obvious north-south axes of goods movement and also east-west axes. You could say Chicago first grew up to be at that junction on the northern side of the country, and then Dallas-Fort Worth area later grew up, and I think by extension the whole Texas Triangle area grew up to be kind of the southern part of that junction. So it was always probably destined to that we would play a somewhat significant role, but I would argue that the vast role that we play today reflects a lot of leadership and a lot of decisions over many years to actually build out the infrastructure that would enable that potential to come to be. So with that said, can you all, and whoever really would like to take this, maybe we start with Ms. Mays, but talk about the just how big this region is in the world of movement of goods, and how important is the movement of goods to both across the border and also within the country to our state and our region?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And before I answer, I forgot to really recognize folks on this campus. My friend Subaru, who runs the logistics program, the students you saw under his watch, and Dean, really appreciate being on this campus. I've spent some time with them when they've had their summit to come speak to the students about different things. And really, it's great to come back here. I hadn't been here in a while. This is new. When I was here the last time, there was only those 2 buildings. So really great to be here to see the campus expand and the student population that's here. I've spent time with the students here. I could tell you, all of you guys, please pour into this campus, pour into the students. As the dean mentioned, this is a first generation college students, and really it helps for them. And so I'm so proud of the students that are speaking up here, because I've had a chance to really speak to some of them one-on-one, and they've asked me questions about my own journey, so I didn't want to forget that. So Subaru, thank you for what you do. You've been here since it opened, and really for what you and the school are really doing. So I wanted to, and for this to be here, Laura, this is excellent, because the students get to see what the possibilities are. So just kind of sorry for detouring a little bit. But to your question, let me just go to the Texas-Mexico border, okay? U.S. and Mexico trade, 80% comes through the Texas-Mexico border, okay? U.S. and Mexico trade like what, $800 billion a year? Think about 80% of that coming to the Texas-Mexico border. Jerry mentioned I-35, I-69, I-27, and the railroads. Laredo is the #1, not just for truck, but for rail as well. So all of that is really gravitating into this region. And I have statistics about what's moving, how much is moving in this region. But one of the key, advantage of the Dallas-Fort Worth region is, one, location, strategically located in the middle of the United States. Strategically located, really the biggest market or the biggest manufacturing, Mexico. Strategically located with pretty much all the Texas seaports. When you look at it all the way to Galveston, this is the first place that you really can dump a lot of stuff. So strategic location. Population. Michael mentioned the growth in population. That equals to workforce. And then the institutions that are in this region, leave alone corporate headquarters. I don't remember how many corporate headquarters are in this region. And some of them are here. They're expanding. Most recent ones are the Toyotas, TI expanding here. So a lot of that is really, really critical to goods movement in this region. We mentioned Alliance, we mentioned South Dallas, big manufacturing. You have the Mary Kays of the world, all of these big companies that are here. That's really what propels this region to be the top. That when you look at the top logistics cities in the country, DFW region, Houston, Atlanta, Chicago, are kind of the main one when you talk about logistics cities in the U.S., not necessarily from the tonnage, but where they are, that they facilitate a lot of global trade, but also national trade. This region is also known for air cargo. Not just Alliance, but DFW Airport ranks in the top 10 in air cargo. So a huge success of this region is the infrastructure is what really propels that. Goods don't move where there's no infrastructure. And goods are not moving where there's no workforce. So there's a lot of things that this region has done very well and hopefully will continue to do. The workforce housing, workforce transportation is going to be one of the biggest challenges the region is going to face.
Thank you so much. And so, Mr. Schwebel, I'd love to obviously ask the same question about the importance of trade and goods movement to our state and region.
Like I said to you, and I shared with you, this young lady right here is, you got to have right people at the right time. And Caroline came in at the right time for us in regards to TxDOT, to what's happening on the board. We have a 100-year-old railroad bridge in Laredo, Texas, that people didn't even know about for years. Over 100 years. It used to be the Texas-Mexico Railroad. It was acquired by Kansas City Southern. And that bridge itself, up until today, has not had an expansion. And it was a $100 million private investment, $100 million private investment in that railroad bridge to understand clearly the message that the railroad bridges are critical for North American trade, and Laredo has been the beneficiary. In addition to that, Laredo, Texas is an old city. Everybody, would hear about Laredo, but they didn't know that we had one bridge built in 1954. 20 years later, actually 1976, the second bridge was built, which became a commercial bridge. 1993, right before NAFTA went into effect, there was a third bridge that was built 17 miles up the Rio Grande River, outside of the city limits. That became a little bit of a political bridge between President Bush and President Salinas. Now, all of this was infrastructure, some of it political, most of it, not all of it, but the reality was that look at how many years it's taken for this infrastructure to come to us. 54, 76, 93. And in 1994, trade numbers with Mexico were $100 million. So you talk about $100 billion of trade that we were doing compared to what we are today. But that was in 1993. In the year 2000, when a fourth bridge was built, trade was $249 billion. Okay? We're looking right now, 2025, of an expansion of that fourth bridge and a new $1.2 billion private-public partnership smart port logistics platform in Port Laredo. So my point in this is things take a long time, right? To me, they're too slow. And as a private sector guy, I get very frustrated when things move very slow. And the private sector partnership, private-public partnerships are dependent on the relationship between what the communities are willing to do in a partnership with a private investor. And banks play a critical role. That $1.2 billion project that is becoming a new port or logistics platform is huge, 7,000-acre project. We have another one, private, in Maverick County, in Eagle Pass, private, because we recognize that governments cannot pay for everything. But at the same time, we must understand that when you talk about private-public partnerships, it's not the community saying, you private company, give me the money and we'll spend it for you. It's really, how do we work together, having established protocols, how are we going to share in the planning and the success of making that project of benefit to all of us. And that's what we're trying to talk about today. We talk about railroad crossings. I can throw all these numbers to you, they don't mean anything because, you know, other than if you live it, and I live it, when you have too many trucks and cars, it does create challenges for a growing community of 275,000 Laredo, Texas, 500,000 on the Mexican side. At the end, it's the people moving and the trade services that are flowing. And in today's environment, trade is driven because we are a trade services sector that is critical for Texas. We talk about manufacturing, that creating jobs. There are more jobs created in the services arena. We have, people are talking about trade alone. You've been hearing about trade deficits. Well, we have trade surpluses in regards to the trade services arena. That's what we are: custom brokers, transportation companies, importers, exporters, third-party logistics companies. We found that niche because of what we had. I-35, we had 2 bridges prior to NAFTA. Now we have 4. El Paso has 7. Just to give you an idea that people don't even realize that we have 28 ports of entry just in Texas alone between El Paso and Laredo. So how do we connect those border ports to Corpus Christi, Houston, Dallas? That's what I love to talk about.
Mr. Morris.
So your question is focused on, well, you know, we're sort of in the middle of North America, east and west, north and south. Is it just sort of natural for us to be here? That's your particular question. And I think you're correctly asking us, but I think it's more than that. New York City has access to the Atlantic Ocean. Los Angeles, the second largest region, has access to the Pacific Ocean. Chicago has access to the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence Seaway. We are an accident of freaking history. When I came to work in '79, we were the 12th largest region. We're now the 4th largest region. We'll soon pass Chicago as the 3rd largest region in the United States. It could easily been Tyler, Texas, Austin, Texas, San Antonio. Why isn't the big area Midland or Odessa or Amarillo by morning? Why aren't those the particular locations? It's not a coincidence that it's Dallas-Fort Worth. First, the Class I railroads. Great history of getting the Class I railroads to here. Waco was supposed to be the end of the Class I railroads and the final place. Huge set of historical conditions made it Dallas-Fort Worth. Then the great interstate highway system that you're reading about, Interstate 20, 30, 35, 45, all crisscross on the same backbone as these particular Class I railroads. Then the DFW miracle of DFW International Airport, Federal Aviation intervening. Couldn't do it today. God. Can you imagine the federal government and aviation telling the local region, if you don't integrate into a more efficient system, we're not going to fund your airports anymore? That would never happen now. Best thing that ever happened to our particular region. And now the best and the brightest connecting the logistics components to it. I don't think it's an accident that it's Dallas-Fort Worth. We're on the shoulders of a whole bunch of people over the last 100 years that worked hard for this region to be the region. And while we're on the clock, while Laura is on the clock, it's up to us to keep that momentum moving ahead in really the next generation logistics hubs, intermodal. We're now going to implement a smart port at Burlington Northern Santa Fe. The train is going to come in. The order of the containers coming off of the train are going to be staged with potentially one-day autonomous trucks, loading those autonomous trucks to nearby warehouses as part of a 24-hour operation. So we have just really begun the technology elements of this particular initiative, but I don't think it's a coincidence that it's in the Dallas-Fort Worth region.
But Mike, I think it's important for people to also recognize that the highway system was, when it was created, it was an east to west highway system. It wasn't a north to south highway system. The only north-south highway system was I-35, and it should have probably started, believe it or not, at Eagle Pass. It started in Laredo, Texas. So, but people need to understand that we were moving goods east to west. We weren't even thinking up until the late 80s and 90s that we should be looking at north-south movement and mobility of people, not just cattle, but also, businesses where we could create one North American region with the assets of each country, which included people, minerals, and everything you can think of, so that we can compete on a global basis. It really hasn't happened till this century, really, in the latter part of the last century, that we started seeing that, well, there is something there to be talking about, being together, working together, and how you can compete globally, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to echo what both of you all just said, that in the history, and like I said, I teach an economic history class, but for every city that grew large, every region that grew large in the interior of this country, away from the natural river systems, like St. Louis in the 1800s, say, the leaders of the time fought hard for those railroad routes and fought hard to be at those junctions. In many cases, had to really really play hard against some kind of rival that now you've never heard of because the people in Phoenix won, the people in Denver won, and for present purposes, the people in Dallas-Fort Worth won. And the same thing applied again with the highway routes, which didn't exactly follow the rail routes. They had to fight again, and they have to fight today to compete in the future. So let me ask just really briefly one other macro question that I want to ask quickly about the Inland Port and exactly where we are. Elephant in the room, potential shocks to America's trade. Texas is the single biggest trading state, bigger than California, easily bigger than New York or Florida or any place else. We potentially have a world in which the volume of trade moving across America's borders declines. What would that mean? Just we don't have to belabor the point, but quickly, how should people think about the risks? Jerry?
You talk about tariffs, you talk about everything that's going on right now, and how is it going to impact trade?
Yeah.
He's asking questions about our 401k.
So
All I can say is Jerry will answer that question. I'll talk about infrastructure.
Let me address the issue of trade and tariffs, because that's probably the hot topic right now, and I'm involved in that, because I've been involved in the two basically major trade agreements in my lifetime, NAFTA and USMCA. But we got to remember that there's a lot of history in tariffs, and you really want to look at it. We lived with tariffs prior to NAFTA. We had tariffs with Mexico with 30%. Tariffs with Canada were 12%. Tariffs in the U.S. were 6%. So we lived with tariffs. Back prior to 1993, we were used to that. And the question was, our community prior to back then in a city like Laredo, prior to NAFTA, we had unemployment rate of 18%. Two of our kids that went into school left, really were dropped out of school by the 8th and 9th grade. We had brain drain. People were leaving. So we had to do something to bring these kids stay. University had the big role to play because we saw that we were a trade hub. But at that then, we were already living with tariffs. Now, today's environment, where it's not so much, for me, not so much tariffs right now as the uncertainty that's really creating the chaos. Give me a tariff, we'll work with, but we'll show you the value of zero tariffs versus higher tariffs, because that's what people want. The consumer is the one who will dictate how long that, to me, how long that tariff will be in place, because at the end, that's what impacts votes, and it's the pain or the success that's created by working together.
Thank you. Did you want to say something about tariffs?
Yes, not necessarily tariff, but to your question about will we see the movement of goods drop. And I can say if we didn't see it during COVID, I don't think we will. Even if it is, we're still going to need the infrastructure to move it. Today, Colin, we don't grow a lot of stuff in U.S., Texas. Who drank coffee this morning? Do we grow coffee in the U.S.? Exactly. So again, coffee will always be imported, and we're going to pay a lot of money for it. So that means we cannot put the brakes on infrastructure because, one, it takes a long time to address infrastructure issues from the planning to the construction. We did a Texas-Mexico border transportation master plan. It identified what we needed to do as Texas, but also as U.S., to address congestion issues at the border, to address other issues that we do have. And we can't put the brakes because we think less goods is going to be moving. It's going to still move, and in some instances, more will move across our borders, more will actually move across the oceans, because 31 million Texans today, and we're projecting at 47. Guess what? More people, more homes have to be built, more food, more everything. So at the end of the day, you're going to see really growth in trade, growth in goods movement. And if they move manufacturing into Texas or U.S., we're still going to have to move those supplies. We've got to move finished products. We've got to move it to market. So really, I don't see, especially on the infrastructure side, that's going to change what we do as TxDOT, but also what we do across the United States.
Mr. Morris.
We're growing by 1 million people every 7 years, have been for 3 or 4 decades. We are probably blessed to not have to really fully understand the answer to that particular question than, say, Long Beach or someone else. I agree with Carolyn. Keep the nose to the grindstone. There'll be 20, 30, 40 different things happen over the next 20 years. Some are pluses, some are minuses. It's our high school band to deliver the transportation to the region, and we just keep our nose to the grindstone and keep delivering that particular system.
And also efficiency, because, cities, Laredo's got a workforce of 110,000 people. 110,000. And you talk about, 40% of all the volume of trade in North America flows through Port of Laredo. Those are hardworking people that are resilient, that are delivering, that are working hard. And you don't have to be a big city, and I come from I'm here to talk about small communities. You got to find the strength in your people and what can they deliver, but speed and efficiency is critical, and be part of that whole supply chain network. I think that's a great step for this university.
I'll just note a couple other points about the needs of the future. One, whatever happens, the movement of goods certain to increase a lot. And the other is it may well be that you could have a future in which the United States imports and therefore more from other places, Mexico. I want to ask one last question to each of you all and open it to the group, and that is about exactly where we are right now in the Inland Port area. Essentially, to both of you, simple question. What's the most important thing that needs to happen here next to accomplish 2 goals? One is to keep on building out the infrastructure we need for this region to thrive, and the second is to maximize the opportunity for people to get ahead and you could say, achieve the American dream working in this area. Ms. Mays.
Yeah, couple of things actually too. One is the partnership. The partnership has to continue, has to be strengthened. Michael talks about PPPs, public, private. All of that really has to continue. And then the second thing we already mentioned, stress, infrastructure improvement on two areas. One, you have all this warehousing, manufacturing, et cetera. They want to move stuff by rail, they want to move stuff by truck, they want to get stuff out. They want to bring stuff in, they want to get it out, that's how they make money. So on the freight movement side, this is a logistics hub, South Dallas is. So you got to figure out how you ensure that these companies will stay here because they can move in and out, that's why they're here. And then the third component is the workforce piece, the workforce transportation. Laura mentioned that. That has to be sustained over time, because if people can get to those jobs, the companies cannot not be able to produce. If you're in a warehousing, you need to be able to move the stuff. If you don't have people showing up, you're not going to be able to move stuff. You're not going to fill up those trucks. Driver will be sitting there waiting. So I think those are some of the key things that really needs to happen moving forward.
We're down to a couple minutes, so I'll ask you all to be.
When I moved back to Laredo in 1978 after I left in 74, I came back because the university in Laredo, which was Texas A&I, University of Laredo, became Laredo State, now it's Texas A&M, had an MBA in international trade. The vision of that university having an MBA that was attracting foreign students to come and get an MBA in the United States and then go back to their countries and create jobs in international trade is also became very relevant to what we were doing in Texas. So that's a very important. These institutions play a big role, and I think that's what you need to look at. How do you keep your students engaged? And to me, what you're doing in logistics and supply chain management is really where the biggest creator of jobs today.
Mr. Morris.
We are creating a whole bunch of revenue for TxDOT in this particular region through the taxes that are generated on diesel fuel. We're creating a whole bunch of revenue for Dallas County due to the economic growth. We're creating huge $600 million a year addition sales tax over time to the state of Texas due to the transactions, the economic transactions in our region. We need to capture those and cities' ability to grow its revenue base. The number one question is, how do I monetize the growth of this particular region to retain as much of that revenue within this particular region, so we are not subsidizing transportation projects in other parts of the state, subsidizing other projects in other parts of the county, subsidizing other projects in the region. We monetize the hard work of the decisions that are made in this region and refund and leverage those monies back into this particular region.
We have just a small number of minutes, but would you all like to ask anything? Anybody? Yes, sir.
You need a mic. Super, grab a microphone.
Thank you. I'm Shubhro Mitra. I'm a professor here in supply chain management. Knowing Caroline for a long time now, from 2010, we have developed this program. I have a quick question for you, Caroline. Like in the presentation you have shown, there is a gap between the inbound and the outbound. With the new manufacturing units coming here in Dallas, is something happening with that gap in inbound and the outbound?
Well, a lot of times with the inbound and outbound, they're not necessarily going to match, because a lot of times the inbound is all the raw materials and the supplies that comes in. So think about TI, or here we have the aerospace industry. A lot of what's coming in is to build the aircraft. So when it goes back out, it may not necessarily, when you look at the tonnage itself, it may not go back the same. But when you look at value, sometimes the value coming in inbound is less because it's a lot of raw materials. And then the outbound, the value is actually higher. Once you build an aircraft or a chip, it becomes much more valuable. So yeah, a lot of times, I'll say with a grain of salt, value sometimes tells you a little bit of a better story than actual tonnage.
Anybody else? Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Brittany Huntley with the City of Wilmer. I had a quick question, not to belabor the dead horse about the tariffs, because I'm an econ background, but I wanted to know, with you guys talking about unifying, smaller cities and bringing in more infrastructure, with the tariffs, will that, and specifically to you, Mr. Derry, so how can we actually help the smaller cities to mitigate some of the stresses that will happen with trying to be more unified and some of the tariffs that are being put on our smaller smaller business and the cities, the municipalities?
Okay, well, for us is with the way we're looking at tariffs, and we really need to understand quite correctly, we understand that that's being used as a negotiating tool. We already heard all of that, what's happening. We got till July till those tariffs go into place. We already have tariffs being applied, in aluminum and steel, and we're beginning to see the effects of that. But we're also learning that, a lot of things that happens when you kind of shake up the market to understand what really is going on. You're going to see the good, the bad, but you're going to see the ugly. And the ugly part is that there are things that are happening there that we're not paying attention to than the tariff itself. And that's even non-tariff barriers, non-tariff restrictions that were affecting us. That's what I like about this. Believe it or not, I'm not a tariffs guy. To me, it's a tax, and it's going to end up the consumer. We're all going to pay for that. So I'm not a tariff guy. I want to look at making sure that it's a fair playing field for everybody, and that really what we all should shoot for is zero tariffs, because that is the best result of full reciprocity. In our history, we had 3 eras of tariffs. The first era of tariffs was revenue, right? We use tariffs to generate revenue. The second one was restriction. In the area, 100 years later, that we restricted trade that led eventually to what became the Depression and restricted, tariffs that really were too high. Then the third area was reciprocity, which is what we have right now. But full reciprocity, it means zero tariffs, because that's what we're looking for. The consumer, all of us, to be able to afford. And in your area right here, you're all talking about manufacturing, but I want you to pay one thing. I want to leave a message with you all. I've been doing this stuff for 40 some odd years. First 20 years, I helped companies come to Texas, invest in Texas, come to the border, invest in border, because they saw Mexico as a great trade partner. The last 20 years, I've been focusing on Canadian and Mexican investment coming to Texas as a business-friendly state. Looking at communities like you all in this region are hubs that are strategically located so that they can expand and sell their product to the consumer of the United States, which is the largest consumer in the world. So we've got to focus on not focus on the negativity, but focus on the positive things that we can continue to work on together. I'm bullish all of this. I'm not a tariff guy, but I'm going to tell you right now, we've been through so much stuff that's been thrown at us. We adapt, we're resilient, and we overcome them, and we move on. It's the people that trade.
Well, I think we have certainly heard today that...
Can I just add something real quickly? I think the key is economic development. The counties, the cities, you gotta have robust economic development strategy that diversifies your economy to be able to really thrive, because tariffs or no tariffs, it starts with the economic development strategy. If you don't have a great economic development strategy that you're inviting and attracting the right industries, the right mix of businesses, then yeah, you're going to struggle, because some economies like Dallas region has diversified its economy very well. Houston, for a long time it was just energy sector. They were diversified. You look at Austin. So you're looking at a lot of regions now diversifying that. You're not only one sector, industry, region, or county.
Sorry to interrupt a moment ago. So we have certainly heard that Texas, from Dallas to Laredo and other points around our state, have gotten to where we have today, not due to just chance or even geographic location, but due to leadership on issues ranging from our physical infrastructure to our education and so much more. And as we look to the future, we will continue to succeed insofar as we keep investing in those things and managing our affairs wisely. So will you join me, in thanking our panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming to support us today. My name is Daniela Flores. I'm a junior and general business major at UNT Dallas. I love supply chain because I love how products move through the world and how the movement is the engine of the global economy. Thank you.
All right. I know you guys have enjoyed a lot of the information that's gone forward so far. One of the things that was mentioned on stage was a thing called brain drain. And that's something we got to keep in the front of our minds and prevent from happening. So we're going to help you with that by taking a quick break. All right. So it's time for a quick 10-minute break. And if you want to learn more about brain drain, actually, we have the Center for Brain Health outside. You can ask them more for it. We'll see you guys in 10 minutes, and we'll get started back with our next panel. Thank you so much.
Testing. Testing.
Attention, we'll be getting started back in 3 minutes. Again, we'll get started in 3 minutes. Thank you.
Dallas County paved the way for an international inland Dallas County Inland Port is situated with direct access to 3 major interstate highways.
1 minute to start, 1 minute to start. 60 seconds to start time.
It's to anywhere in all
All right, we're going to ask that everyone would find their seats as we're getting ready to get started back. Thank you guys so much again for being here. We are so excited. This is, I think we have topped our capacity for people here. This is the largest number that we've had so far in these 3 years of putting on this event. We have almost 300 people that are registered for this event that are either here presently or also watching online. We're grateful for all of you. And we have additional ways for you to watch this in post after the event. So be sure to stay tuned to inlandport.org if you want to be able to watch this event over again. You'll be able to do that and watch that in the replay, as they say. So before I bring up our next panels, I want to just talk to you a little bit about what we have to come. So we're going to be talking about infrastructure and growth in the Texas Triangle next. And following that, we're going to have a special panel on urban planning in the Inland Port. After that, we're going to have a brief lunch break, and then we're going to close out with speaking on housing as an economic engine and how we're going to be able to make that happen. Now, of course, if you haven't been able to figure it out already, this is a prime opportunity for networking, as we see a lot of people are already doing outside, and there's a lot of chances to do that throughout the day. Also, we're going to be hearing from one of our partners that are here and vendors, the Center for Brain Health, as myself and Laura actually work on their advisory board. So we're going to be hearing from them in a few. But before we get started on our next panel and we bring up our moderator to start that, and matter of fact, let me go ahead and give attention so they know I'm calling on them. Paula Dowell, Brandy Bush, Carla Windsor, and Melissa Valdez Cummings. We're going to watch a quick video, and then we'll be back to bring them up. All right, so we are going to go ahead and move forward with our next panel, and I'm going to bring up our moderator. Oh, well, actually, I see we have one coming in, so we're going to let him come back up here. We're happy to have UNT Dallas's School of Business students here and to hear from them, so we're going to bring another one up real quick so we can hear more from them, all right?
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Lemuel Ignacio. I'm a senior graduating this May at UNT Dallas. I'm also the president and founder of Logistics and Supply Chain Student Organization. And I love the supply chain because I know it's the backbone of the global economy and is the backbone of every business. Thank you for your time.
Thanks so much. Melissa Valdez Cummings, our moderator for today, is the current city manager for the city of Cedar Hill and has been since August of 2024. She has served as the city of Cedar Hill, for over 20 years and has earned the moniker of Miss Get Stuff Done. She's a former deputy city manager. She's led 2 successful bond referendums and has overseen numerous strategic initiatives and departments. She is going to be our moderator for today for the Infrastructure and Growth in the Texas Triangle panel. Please put your hands together for Ms. Melissa Valdez-Cummings.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I have the distinct honor and pleasure of serving as your moderator today and introducing 3 amazing women panelists. All right. Yes, thank you. First we have is Dr. Paula Dowell. Dowell is a Senior Vice President and National Practice Leader for Integrated Planning at HNTB Corporation. She has 24 years of experience in transportation, planning, and policy, focusing on transportation economics, freight transportation planning, and transportation funding and investment prioritization. Dr. Dowell is an industry-recognized expert in transportation economics and integrated freight into the public sector planning and investment decision-making process. She has worked extensively throughout the state of Texas, state's last 2 statewide freight plans, the statewide truck parking study, and regional freight planning efforts. She is currently the project manager for the Texas Triangle Multimodal Strategic Plan. Can we give her a round of applause, please? Next speaker we have today is Ms. Brandy Bush. Is a seasoned engineering professional with over 25 years of experience transportation design, construction, operations, and maintenance. Her varied background combines technical expertise with a visionary approach to transportation challenges, integrating traditional engineering principles with innovative solutions. Currently, Brandy manages the state's Cooperative and Automated Transportation Program, where she focuses on incorporating emerging technologies into TxDOT systems. In addition, she oversees the Connected and Autonomous Vehicles Task Force, we're going to talk about that today, which brings government and private industry together to collaborate on advancing connected and autonomous vehicle technologies with the goal of improving the safe movement of both people and freight. Can we give Brandy a round of applause? And last but not least, we have Ms. Carla Windsor, AICP. She is a senior program manager with the North Central Texas Council of Governments, the Metropolitan Planning Organization for the Dallas-Fort Worth region. Carla joined COG in 2006 and is currently managing the Land Use and Mobility Options Program and is responsible for areas that include transit-oriented development, land use, bicycle and pedestrian programs, and transit mobility, operations, and planning. Her work includes oversight of programs related to multimodal funding, sustainable school siting and planning, context-sensitive design, parking and curb management, green infrastructure, economic development, and oversight of COG's $160 million plus program of sustainable development funding, which includes infrastructure construction, planning studies, and land banking acquisitions. Can we give her a round of applause? All right, so we have 3 amazing women that we have some short presentations from each of them, and then we'll follow up with some questions towards the end. I'll hand it off to you, Dr. Bell.
Thank you. Very honored to be here. I would say, you notice I had 24 years of experience. Caroline Mays also has 24 years of experience. All of my 24 years of experience have been with Caroline Mays. We started on freight back in the Atlanta days, so. They'll get our presentations going. Okay, so what I'm going to talk about today is give you a brief overview of the Texas Triangle Multimodal Strategic Plan. I'm really excited. We've been working on this plan for some time, but this is really the first time we've discussed it in the public, and we're kind of opening it up because we're getting to the stage of where we're starting our stakeholder outreach. So first of all, why have this strategic plan focused on the Texas Triangle? Well, it's really because of the explosive growth. You just saw the video of Dallas there, but if you look across the entire triangle, it's happening. When the triangle talking about the Dallas-Fort Worth down to Austin and San Antonio over to Houston, and all those counties that encompass that triangle, you had population grew from 14.7 million to over 23 million since 2000. 18 of the nation's top 50 fastest growing counties are in the Texas Triangle. And employment is very similar to that. The triangle accounts for 75% of all of the employment in the state of Texas. And the growth in employment within the Texas Triangle has been double the national average between 2015 and 2023. The triangle has also been rising as its rise in the global economy. And we heard a lot about that, and especially its ties to Laredo and other great ports of entry, such as the Port Houston, and everything has been a vital part of that. But whenever you look at it, currently the triangle accounts for about 71% of the Texas economy, but it also carries and handles about 25% of the tonnage of all of the country's international trade. So just think about that. And you think about all the international trade, that freight either originates, terminates, or passes through the Texas Triangle, 25% of it. That's pretty astonishing. When you look at the total size of the economy within the Texas Triangle, if it were a country by itself, it would be the 12th largest economy in the world. So with all of this explosive growth, how has transportation done? How are we keeping pace? Well, there is a very robust multimodal transportation network within the Texas Triangle with our airports, with our maritime ports, with our railroads, with our passenger rail, with our bus systems, our transit systems, and our highways. But by and large, the region is still predominantly dominated by highway travel. Over the 10-year period, the daily vehicle miles traveled, which is how we measure the demand for transportation, within the Texas Triangle grew by 24%. When we look at the truck vehicle miles traveled over that same 10-year period, it grew by 42%. But when you look at the infrastructure on which the demand is traveling, we increased lane miles within the Texas Triangle only by 9%. So this is leading to congestion, and whenever you look at congestion, we worry about that because that increases the cost. It increases the cost of living, it increases the cost of doing business, and it increases the cost of our goods. So Houston and Dallas-Fort Worth are in the top 10 for annual delay for both auto commute traffic and for freight congestion cost. And so those add up to being billions of dollars worth of additional cost for moving people and moving freight. So is it time to rethink mobility within the Texas Triangle region? Well, that's what the multimodal strategic plan is really all about. And there's three primary goals behind this, and it's to help us better understand what is driving the demand for transportation. How is this growth, and what part of that growth, what do we need to do in terms of transportation and mobility supply? We're also going to assess how the regional multimodal mobility and how we stack up against our competing regions, because you're competing not just within the state of Texas, not just within the U.S., but you're competing globally. And then we want to develop strategies and policies to address those mobility challenges, because if you're going to be a world-class region, you have to be able to provide world-class mobility options.
Well, we're going to clap for that. Before I get started, thank you for that. I tell you what, I was talking to these ladies a little bit on the side here, and one of the things that I find so exhilarating about these kinds of meetings is that I get to meet people who do things that are completely different than what I do. And again, Laura, you are getting all kinds of shout outs today because you pull these kinds of opportunities together. And it, honestly, in my little engineering world, I focus on tasks, right? Like get the things done. But when you meet people who do different things that contribute really to what you do, it opens your eyes to just honestly care more to make what it is that you do matter to people. So I wanted to just thank you again, Laura, for even, inviting me to be a part. So anyway, so I am here to talk about the I-45 Innovative Corridor. Paula talked about the Texas Triangle, and the I-45 Innovation Corridor is that east leg of the triangle. So you can probably go to the next slide. Yeah, so this project is our state's moonshot project. And it, just like it says, it is what can you think of that is so beyond what you normally deal with to shoot to the moon. So the goal is to pilot new technologies on this stretch of highway to basically define our future intelligent transportation system. So we can, well, I'll just explain here. The slides is most of it. It's between Dallas and Houston, where we have an awful lot of freight traveling along this stretch of roadway. But we want to make sure that we are thinking way ahead to pilot technologies that would actually make our lives safer and more efficient. Next slide, please. So right now, we've got 3 autonomous vehicle freight companies traveling on I-45. The first one, Aurora, is located in Lancaster, or I'm sorry, I am not a native Texan, Lancaster. There we go. Wow, there was clapping for that. So Aurora, they are located in Lancaster, and they are functioning right now on 45 between Dallas and Houston. Currently, they are operating with a safety driver, but I've actually been in this truck, and nobody's driving the truck but the truck, right? So he's sitting there, his feet are flat on the floor, and his hands are off the wheel, and every single day, they have multiple trips back and forth between Dallas and Houston, actually hauling freight. So Kodiak is another one. They are actually operating autonomously right now in the Permian Basin. It's not on our public roads just yet, but they are hauling sand back and forth, so that's a function of what they're doing. And Wabi is also testing on 45 as well. So I think did we lose the video? There was a video, but no, it was the first slide after. And it was a really cool video too. Yeah, like it was really cool showing, some of the technologies that we're thinking about piloting. So, okay, let's see if I can go from memory here. Everybody's got a cell phone, right? Like you don't necessarily realize how much data you're transferring with this phone and how we're able to communicate with you through your phones. So depending on where you live, you might have used Waze or Google Maps to get directions here. There's a lot of information coming through your phone letting you know if there is maybe a crash ahead and you might want to make another decision. This kind of information that comes to you kind of in real time really assists with safety. It allows you to make better decisions for your drive and keep the people around you safer if you are aware of what's coming up, if there's a sudden slowdown or something like that. So that's what this particular project is. This is one of our quick wins on IH-45. It's our commercial vehicle notifications. So a lot of freight trucks, if you look at the very bottom of the screen, it just kind of shows you how much farther it takes for a fully loaded truck to stop. They can't stop on a dime. You would think that they can the way we drive here in the Metroplex, where we're just kind of in and out, but they can't stop on a dime. So having these commercial vehicle alerts a mile back or 2 miles back that says, you've got a sudden slowdown ahead, start thinking about it, Start thinking about it now, and that way they can, not be accelerating to the back of a sudden slowdown that you might not see around a corner. So I think about the last I heard, maybe 60% or so of all commercial vehicles in Texas have this available in their cab. So they're getting these messages. So at the beginning, this started just on I-45, but now it's been released to the entire state of Texas. Next slide. And then this, and just in case you're interested, this QR code shows where autonomous vehicles are currently functioning in the state. So this could be long haul, short haul trucks. This is drones, robot deliveries on the sidewalk. So we're trying to just keep track of what's happening in the state of Texas as far as technology is concerned. And that's it. I just want to always show this slide because this is why I do what I do. Prior to coming to this position, I was over the Highway Safety Improvement Program, where I am constantly looking at the fatalities happening on our roadways. And truly, the only way that we will get to zero fatalities is to incorporate technology and help change human behavior. So just always want to keep that at the forefront. Thanks.
Hello. All right, we're going. All right, so my two fellow panelists spoke sort of large scale of what's happening statewide and bigger. And then, of course, Brandy talked about the Dallas to Houston corridor and all the innovative things that are happening there. So I'm going to narrow the world a little bit, talk about infrastructure investments that's been happening in this part of the world, and not only some of our bigger scale infrastructure investments, but some of the neighborhood or smaller scale stuff that we can do and we have opportunities to do that really make this part of DFW where people want to invest and bring their families and create their lives. So I started the Council of Governments in 2006. That was part of my bio. And what's interesting is in 2006, we funded a study for Southern Dallas County to look at infrastructure and what the growth plan needed to be. And we involved the county and several of the cities. The private sector was involved. And we looked at transportation and water and wastewater and public utilities and sort of all of the things that you need to do to grow within an area. Because it's not just transportation, right? Water was something that we were trying to tackle and figure out how we could bring in the right players to that. Since then, and even before that, it was sort of investment was going all over the place. I think that guide or that study kind of created a blueprint of where we wanted to go. The map represents over $580 million of transportation investment that has occurred between the partnerships of the Council of Governments, Dallas County, our cities, our friends at TxDOT. And so laying out sort of a roadmap forward, we've really seen the investment propelled over time. And so that's an exciting thing to report on. And then once you have good planning in place, you know strategically where the biggest bang for your bucks are going to be. We've been able to leverage that at the federal level as well when it comes to competitive grants and discretionary grants. And we tell the story of South Dallas and the investments that we want to make here. So here's some examples. Our agency at the Council of Governments, we've been very successful in telling the story of our region. And two of those stories, one of them is on our Enhancing Mobility within the Southern Dallas Inland Port, was a grant that we received from the federal government to look at a host of things with several of our cities, from traffic signals to sidewalk infrastructure to transit investment, partnering with our transit providers in the area to purchase electric vehicles, EV charging stations. It's a whole host of things that sort of, as we like to say in our agency, put ornaments on the tree and make all of these different plans happen and all this investment. Another project I'll mention real quick through a partnership with the county. We were successfully awarded in our region the Dallas County Inland Port Multimodal Connectivity Project. We love a good name for a federal grant application. They've got to be long. Maybe the longer the better and the more money you bring back. But that one's a $25 million investment into the region that's going to expand roadways, that's going to improve interchanges, signals, a whole host of things that really get the big freight traffic moving and folks off of the interstate, increase safety, a whole host of things, which is really the goal behind that project. So from that, though, I want to talk about more local infrastructure. We've got some of these really exciting big-scale projects, but we worked with several governments to think about the smaller scale, our community trail system. So we have at the Regional Council what's called the VeloWeb. So this is the superhighway of trails. We think bicycle pedestrian infrastructure is important. We think it plays an important part in quality of life. I read an economic study recently. The number one indicator of value of single-family residential used to be being located next to a golf course. It is now being located next to a trail. So looking at investment in our communities, we have a plan for over 8,000 miles of trails in DFW. Over 3,000 miles has been built today, and we want more of that trail system built in southern Dallas County. We think that brings quality of life, and that's what families are looking for. The interchangers are important, the freight logistics access is important, but if you want housing, you want the jobs, you want people to stay in this area, bringing these quality of life investments are important to the region. And then finally, I wanted to mention several reports that we hope our local governments are using in our communities to think about that investment and the tools that might help you even build more. So we've got a great report out, if you haven't seen, on value capture in transportation. So how do you use your TIFs, your tax increment financing districts, your public improvement districts, your municipal utility districts, municipal management districts, the list goes on, to, if you're making transportation investments, how do you pour that back into your community to build more land use developments or other infrastructure improvements communities want to see? We did a report called Transportation and Gentrification Toolbox. How do we prevent gentrification from coming into our communities? If we invest a lot of money, we want to make sure that people live in communities, can stay in communities, and growth and development doesn't push them out. We also saw that we piloted a project with DART at the Hatcher Station where we funded a community garden on public property. And so several cities came to us and said, well, how can we do that and create community programs for community gardens on public land, excess land? Maybe we'll partner with the county or with other public utility districts and create community gardens. And we've got great examples from all over the Metroplex where people are doing that we want to share. And then finally, mixed-use development, creating density, creating housing choice. That's really been a message of our agency for over 20 plus years, but that can scare some people. And density, sometimes they're a little nervous, what's that's gonna do to traffic. So 7 cities in Collin County, along with Collin County, came to us and said, mixed-use development, not everybody's in on this. The public is nervous about this. How does it work? So we did a report looking at the impacts on transportation, the impacts of economic development, and what the trade-offs are that you're making when you start building all together all these different uses. And the last thing I want to mention is a shout out to our schools program. So we know millions of people are coming to the Metroplex. A lot of those are kids. So our demographics show that over 500,000 kids are coming to the Metroplex in the next between now and 2045, it's even more as we now go out to 2050. Over 100,000 of those are coming to Dallas County. So are we building neighborhoods? Are we partnering with school districts that are family friendly? I think that's an important question to ask. We have created a lot of resources on how do you plan for community-oriented schools, how you put them into neighborhoods. We've got tools and resources on cities and school districts partnering together to share facilities, whether that is playgrounds or gymnasiums or community spaces. There's a lot of really innovative stuff happening in DFW and in other parts of the state that we're bringing as tools and resources. Land banking is part of that. And so how do we invest today? Prices are going to continue to go up as land, we're going to get farther and farther out, but then are there ways to leverage that once the sale happens to invest back into a project? So all of that information is there. I recommend you check it out as you're investing locally and bringing people to the region, not just for jobs, but for housing and our families, shops, businesses, where are we going to go eat dinner tonight? All those things will come with the right mix. Thank you.
Awesome. Can we give them a round of applause? Thank you. So before we take a few questions from the audience, I want to make a few statements since I have the microphone. Blessed are the men who plant trees under which they may never sit, and want to recognize Mr. Michael Morris and Commissioner John Wiley Price for doing that. Thank you. We'll give him a round of applause. So I was in San Francisco a few weekends ago, and I was telling the panel that I got in a taxi to go from the airport to the hotel, and the taxi driver was just gurring at the car in front of us, and it was this really strange white Jaguar car with a whole bunch of things swirling on top of it. And I said, "What is that?" And he said, "They're taking all of our jobs." And it was a Waymo. It was a driverless car, and I couldn't wait to drive in that, even though he was super, super angry about seeing it on the highway. But I drove that Waymo, and it was absolutely fun. It was so fun. It was really cool. But so we really have the next question that we have is really about driverless trucks. What about workforce development, and how would you say driverless trucks are going to impact the jobs of the future, and are they safe?
Okay, I'm assuming that question is for me. And I want to preempt that with the caveat that I am not, I don't work for a driverless truck company, but our goal is to work with them and ensure that the infrastructure is there for them to, be successful and function well. And in those conversations with them, they are very clear about doing all the research to, look into workforce development. First and foremost, there is a huge driver shortage in this arena. And it's pretty, nobody wants to really drive from New Jersey to California on a regular basis, right? Like, that's not the ideal way to live life. I'm sure there are people who love it, but that is a huge place where the shortage is happening. And, in 20 years, where are we gonna be? That is not the job that people are, that is most sought after. So in preparation for some of those things, this is a mechanism by which to get that long haul freight across the country. Short haul, those are a little more, I guess, sought after or desirable. You can make the trip in a day or a couple days, go where you need to go, spend the night, and come back home to your family. So as far as the workforce is concerned and jobs being stolen, first of all, the jobs are needed because there's such a lack of those opportunities. So anyway, so that's that part of the question. And as far as safety is concerned, as I look back over my time at TxDOT and recognizing the focus on safety that I didn't necessarily have before coming here. If I'm honest, I used my phone while I was driving. Shh. Right? I did. But once I was exposed and recognized what happens to real human beings, we put statistics up all the time to show numbers that say, oh, this many people have died on Texas roads or whatever. But when I was exposed to meeting monthly with the fatal review team and looking at crash reports where there were names of individuals, there were ages of individuals, right? Like, it connected the dots to say, these are real people that are that don't make it home that day. What can we really do about that? And most of those fatalities occurred due to poor human behavior, right? It wasn't about the lanes not being wide enough or lack of lighting or those are the things that TxDOT typically looks at as far as our infrastructure goes, where we want to make sure that things are safe for people. But when 90% of those fatalities are due to speeding, running red lights, right, things that are controllable, then maybe we need to start thinking a little bit differently. How can we change human behavior? So there's going to be, obviously, education is a part of that. Like, how many of us didn't grow up wearing seatbelts until there was, like, it was inundated into our brains. Like now I get in the car with my nephew, he's 11, and if I don't put my seatbelt on, which is never the case, right? I don't always put my seatbelt on. I mean, that is something that is just second nature to him to say, we need to put our seatbelts on before we leave the driveway. Like it's common. So that educational piece is so necessary. But like you said, you got to ride in a Waymo. I rode in one for the first time. I videoed it. I'll share it with you if you ask me. But because there were comments and things that I probably would not share publicly. But it was amazing to get in the back seat of a vehicle. It was just a typical, Jaguar. I don't know what they use, but that vehicle, you could see the steering wheel turning, and you're just sitting in the back, and the car is doing everything. It stopped for a pedestrian who just walked out in the middle of the street who should not have been, right? They didn't wait for the walk. Don't walk. It was just, I'm going. And the vehicle stopped. There was a emergency vehicle that passed by. It recognized that there was a fire truck coming, and it said, yielding to emergency vehicle, right? That's the voice of the Waymo. Yielding to emergency vehicle. I heard it myself. I'm like, oh, I sounded like the Waymo. But it picks up on those things, and it slows down, and it's never speeding, and all of these behaviors that cause fatalities, these vehicles just don't do it. So that's what I think about, the future of these things, that there is a safety element that I think will be unmatched.
So Waymo is one thing, but how about the 18-wheelers and the semi-trucks? Are you running data on their crash safety and the frequency of how often they crash in comparison to regular drivers, 18-wheelers?
So yes, we are actually, doing a study right now. Those results are not in yet, but preliminarily, I mean, they just, like I said, the behavior is not, these vehicles are trained to follow rules, and they don't know anything else. So any kinds of crashes that they're in, oftentimes they are caused by the people around them, right, who run into them. But as far as that feedback on the safety loop, I am expecting very positive results.
Okay. All right, my next question have to do with infrastructure and funding. What do you foresee being the biggest infrastructure needs over the next 3 to 5 years for cities and the public sector to focus on?
Well, I think that, we really need to start focusing on how do we get more out of our existing system. So I really think digital infrastructure solutions and using technology, and then making sure that our system, our current system, is technology ready. I think that's going to have to be a focus in everything, so that we can start to think about how do we reimagine mobility in the future by getting more out of what we have and making sure that our current infrastructure is ready for all the technology that's coming.
Okay. I would echo that, especially local governments who are here today. The technology, it needs to be connected to systems that are upgraded, right? So for example, you may have a system of traffic signals that you want to allow connectivity. If you have an app, or your car is upgraded to the point where it can read signal phase and timing data, where you know that there's a countdown, and 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, the light turns green. These are actual technologies that are available now, but your controller, which is the little silver box that, controls your traffic signals, they're not necessarily to the point to receive that technology. So if you want to move in this direction, that is a key component, is getting your foundational systems ready for the technology that's coming your way.
Thank you for that. With regard to future transportation needs, what types of public-private partnerships should cities be considering to best prepare for the increased traffic of this region?
I think it's a couple of things. Speaking how I did about regional trails, I think alternative modes of transportation becoming a region of choice is very important. We are seeing in different parts of the Metroplex a lot of trail-oriented development pop up that's investing millions into local communities. There's an economic development study of the Katy Trail in Dallas, the Katy Trail Ice House, sort of all of the residential and businesses that have popped up around there. Fort Worth has done a very similar thing with their Trinity Trail system. The private sector is coming in and seeing the value of sort of this active transportation, restaurant space, community space, sort of how all these things work together, and creating sort of those places where people want to be, where you can have festivals and outdoor entertainment and weekend activities to keep people local and spending their dollars local. I also think that thinking through density and having honest conversations about it, thinking about mixed-use developments to provide internal trip capture of where you want to go on the weekends to pick up your dry cleaning or grab a coffee or to run to the drugstore. The public-private partnerships are part of that. We have people that do residential really well. We have people that do commercial really well, but finding someone that can merge those worlds. Government's got to be ready to step in with the roadway systems, your sidewalks, your lighting, the water, the sewer, those incentives to make those financial stacks work. And I think there's a role for that in government, just when you look at the economic return that you can have for your community. So I think public-private partnerships should get in the business of the mixed-use developments, and government's role there is because it's hard. Like if it was easy, everybody would do it. We like to kind of stay in what we know, and mixing those is the challenge, but it can have huge rewards. So those are the areas I see for opportunities.
Awesome. We'd like to take a few questions from the audience. We have time for 2 questions. Don't be shy.
So with Brent Tittle, Rider Systems. So with the growing influx of truckers coming to the North Texas area, and there's a large shortage of truck parking, what is the infrastructure plan to address that?
That's a very good question and a really very real challenge in everything. And I can say that Texas and TxDOT itself has been one of the nation's leaders in terms of really trying to understand this challenge and this problem and coming up with solutions. So I actually led a statewide truck parking study for TxDOT that identified the challenges, but it also identified opportunities. And since then, TxDOT put the money toward implementation. They actually put $30 million a year in terms of kind of refurbishing existing and building new and providing new public sector truck parking. And then they also put additional money into finding public-private partnerships because this is an issue that 90% of the truck parking is privately provided. And so it's not something that the public sector is going to do alone. We've had a couple success stories, though, out in Houston. The Houston district for TxDOT didn't have one single public sector parking space in it, given all the freight activity and everything going there. But we worked together to do an East Texas truck parking action plan and actually found an opportunity site and everything, and working together with local governments and with TxDOT and the private sector, we applied for a federal grant and we received the grant, and now that's moving forward, and that new truck parking facility is going into final design. A very similar opportunity out in the Permian Basin as well, where the city government said, we're going to donate the land and we want a private sector partner to build and operate the truck parking. And so they too went after a federal grant to actually implement that solution. But I can tell you, it's very impressive what TxDOT's been doing with regards to this, and they're on track to double the number of public sector spaces within 10-year time frame. But the other thing really comes down to local governments. Private sector have a big issue adding new truck parking capacity because of local ordinances and resistance and the NIMBYism that comes with it. And so let's think about this and let's come up with solutions, because those truck drivers are humans. They could be, your family member, your neighbor, and, what really turned the table for TxDOT was at one of our Freight Advisory Committee meetings, we had a panel of actual truck drivers talking about the struggle struggles and the challenges of finding truck parking and putting a face on that problem and that issue. And we had commissioners sitting there and they walked away saying, we can do better. And so I think we as a community need to understand the value that they bring to our everyday life and to our economy and say, we can do better.
I'll also mention at the regional level, we have a freight-oriented development plan, which sort of looks at where things are headed as far as development, where we need those rest stops and locations throughout. And then we were awarded at the Council of Governments about $80 million for EV charging stations and other infrastructure investment that we'll be partnering with local governments and the private sector with to install. And part of the discussions on those EV charging stations is, can we leverage private sector land? Can parking locations be expanded? Are there ways to have joint use agreements through all of that? So all those conversations are happening.
Great question. We have time for one more.
Melissa, great panel. It's always interesting hearing the agency representatives of our government speak to us about the issues, and yet it's also very confusing sometimes because there is such a disconnect between what you're saying and what our policymakers are doing in regards to the attack on local control. Give you an example. In this region, we invest a lot in economic development to attract not only distribution centers, but fulfillment centers. And right now at the state capitol, there is a bill that has been presented, HB 134, that would, in relating to the location at which certain sales tax revenue is recognized, it would go to the destination point. Now, that's coming from one of our representatives in North Texas, who just happens to be philosophically and politically different from where I stand. And they are presenting this bill which would rob this area of a lot of sales tax revenue. How do you propose that we counter that in a region that depends so heavily on what we have here in resources? And we're excited about being positioned here with the railways and the highways and the other forms of transportation that we have in this market. But you got to help us because that's just one bill that I mentioned. There are several others that are going to attack many of the services that we have, that we offer to homeless people, that the state just doesn't seem to get, that we should be concerned about these locally. Carl Sherman.
The one thing that comes to mind for me, I think, is even more of what we do as far as education. I know earlier folks had talked about the DART bill and what was going forward, and I think the education sort of, DART put together a great piece on these are all of the things that may not have been considered and the impacts downstream, if you will, when certain legislation takes effect. And when you have in Austin a whole statewide group of folks who don't know our local issues and what we're dealing with, and they just see through a lens of, oh, that sounds okay, great, I'll vote yes, but they don't see the bigger picture of all the tie-ins as you're pointing out. So I think communities have to be very diligent in creating their talking pieces, creating the benefit sheets, giving sort of a counter discussion on, well, this is one position that's been presented, but let's look at all of these other factors that are important to our community, that are part of our long-range planning, that are things that everybody in our neighborhoods are behind, and I think that helps bring more voices to the conversation that can kind of move the needle back in the other direction in some ways.
Yes, and I would actually second that. I think the communication part is very important, and I'm an economist by training, and so I do think that one of the things you can do with regards to the sales tax is really demonstrate that, you know, all the activity that is occurring here within this region benefits this region, but yet those benefits are very far-flung, and those, so you have a very large sphere of influence in terms of those benefits start to flow and ripple through so that you have statewide benefits and even benefits to the nation as a whole. And so I think this really being able to understand, document, and communicate that can really help your cause.
Great question. And lastly, we'll ask one last question. For the room, we have a lot of resources here. We all want to make and leave our positions and our cities, the region, better than how we found it. How would you encourage all of us to do that?
Keep coming to events like this and just networking and knowing your neighbors and learning from each other. And a lot of times we try to invent the wheel, and there's a lot of great ideas out there that we can borrow from. I was just telling my team, I went to a national conference, and pretty soon you're going to see a program that I borrowed from Denver and Atlanta and all these others. And I think that just brings us together and can strengthen programs.
If I had had the mic already, I would have said this exact same thing. But what it is, the way I kicked off, this panel was just recognizing that there are so many pieces to the puzzle, and no one piece matters more than the other. Like, we've all got to work together to get toward this common goal. And coming to events like this, honestly, truly, Laura, before I met you, I just didn't know what was, right here in my neighborhood, right? I live in DeSoto. It's not that far away. I just didn't have the advantage of knowing all the people who contribute in so many different ways. So keep your eyes open, and especially for somebody who's as task-oriented as me, it is I have to be very intentional about it, to recognize that other people have such vast contributions that really make us fruitful. So.
Yeah, and I think that I would say be open. I mean, be open to new things, to new ideas, to new people. Just because we've always done it that way doesn't mean we have to do it that way going forward. Because whenever I think about mobility in this region, we can't keep doing exactly what we've been doing, or we're really going to stump our growth here. And so we have to be open to really listening and learning and adopting new strategies.
Awesome. These women have a lot of passion for making our region a better place. Can we give them one last round of applause? Thank you.
One more round of applause for them, please. All right, and as we're getting ready for our next panel, I want to let everyone know about this upcoming event. It's happening this Friday, the Future Logistics Leadership Summit. Now, this is an important event where they're asking for 9 industry partners at a minimum to be present. That means across the spectrum of the logistics industry. If you are a member, we would like to have you there. We want at least 9 industry partners. It's going to be this Friday from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Tower Club. So again, this event is supported by the National Science Foundation's Texoma Innovation Engine, the Future Logistics Leadership Summit, this Friday, 9 to 2 at the Tower Club in Dallas, Texas. I also want to bring up one I told you earlier. We were talking about brain drain, but here's someone to talk about brain gain and what that actually means. Olivia from the Center for Brain Health, I'm going to have her have a few words here. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Frankie. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for being here today. I see a lot of friendly and familiar faces in the audience. The first thing I want to have you do is just all stand up and stretch to the ceiling. Take a deep breath. Hold it for 3. And let it out. Okay, and then lean this way. Oh, doesn't that feel good? Okay. And lean this way. All right, that's it. That's it. I just wanted you to stretch and get your brain in gear with some blood flow and some oxygen to it. Some of you have stopped and talked to me. I'm here with the Center for Brain Health, which we have both Laura Freeland and Frankie Wilson right here on our board. What do? We research and we educate the community, but most of all, we teach you how to be the neuroengineer of your brain through neuroplasticity. So we want to make sure that we're giving the tools that we know are scientifically based and backed from our research to you to live your best life at any age or any stage. So I'm just going to share 3 things with you really quick today. One is our sleep challenge, because everybody is concerned about their sleep. That's one thing everyone agrees on about their brain. So if you would like just 7 tips, it's just 1 week. If you would like some brain healthy tips on how to get better sleep, you can text 888 844 8991. You just text the word sleep, and I'm going to repeat it one more time. 888 844 8991. And we do also have it in Spanish. If you would like to share that with any of your Spanish-speaking friends, you just text dormir, D-O-R-M-I-R. So sleep for the English, dormir for the Spanish. That'll give you 7 days of tips on how to improve your sleep, which will improve your brain health. If you like what you get, then you can join even if you don't do the text challenge, but our brain health project, which is completely free, and that will give you some more SMART strategies. SMART stands for Strategic Memory Advanced Reasoning Tactics. SMART's easier to remember, good old mnemonic. And those are just strategies that are going to help improve your brain function as well as your overall mental well-being, okay, and physical well-being. They're little tiny modules. None of them are longer than 5 minutes. You don't have to take them at your own pace. You can take a break for a month and come back. Nobody will yell at you. You will not get in trouble. It is just for you to compare how you're doing. And then the last thing I wanted to point you to is our website, centerforbrainhealth.org, where you can find lots more information. And we have our 7 key takeaways from our Brain Health Week that happened at the end of February. And so you can see some clips from some of our speakers, see what interests you, what's relevant to you. But really, like I said, we're here to serve the community any age, from the little tinies to retirees and everyone in between. We can help you with these strategies on how to just make your life the most fulfilling it can be at this moment. And I am supposed to remind you that this year, recognize the city of Wilmer. Woo! Wilmer Hutchinson, which I worked with for a long time in education, is this year's Brain Healthy City for 2025. They had a proclamation for Brain Health Week. We are so excited for them to continue building their brain healthy community. So yay, Wilmer Hutchins! Woo! Just Wilmer. Apologies, Wilmer. Sorry. I stand corrected, just Wilmer. No, don't throw hands. Okay. And if you want to, you can visit me outside and I will have more information you can pick up. This is an overview of our largest programs that people are interested in for all ages. And then I also have a fun little quiz that you can share with you and your friends to just get you thinking about some of the things you might be doing daily that are draining your brain and what you can do to charge that battery. So thank you so much. I hope you'll come visit me at the table, and thank you, Frankie.
Yes, great job. Thank you so much. We have another. All right, well, we're going to move. Yeah, I thought so. Yes, we have another student that we're going to bring up, so please, let's clap for her as she comes.
Hello, I'd like to thank everyone for being here today and for giving me the opportunity to briefly introduce myself. My name is Vanessa Zamaripa. I am a junior here at UNT Dallas, and I am a supply chain management major. I love supply chain because it is a dynamic and ever-evolving field that requires constant learning, innovation, and the ability to adapt to new technologies and constant changes. Thank you.
Wonderful. So we're going to move into our next panel, this one on urban planning in the Inland Port footprint. And I want to bring our moderator to the stage. Let me announce the names of who's going to be on this panel as well. Arthur Santa Maria, Matt Houston, Mikhail O'Du, and our moderator, Elizabeth Muniz, Dr. Elizabeth Muniz, who is the Associate Professor of Organizational Behavior and HR Management at UNT Dallas. Dr. Muniz has 15 years of experience in higher education and applied consulting, is committed to connecting education with industry needs and advancing inclusive economic growth in the Inland Port region, and is our moderator for today. I'm really excited to hear some of the things that are going to come from this group of individuals. So please help me to welcome them to the Inland Port Symposium, and our moderator for today, Dr. Elizabeth Muniz.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Good morning, everybody. It's nice to do a session after you all stretched, so. Okay, well, thank you for joining us today for this critical conversation on economic development in the Inland Port area. This area includes key communities and anchor institutions like ourselves, UNT Dallas, and has become a hub for growth and innovation. Today, we're joined by 3 dynamic leaders whose organizations are actively shaping the future of Southern Dallas. Allow me to introduce each of our panelists. First, we have Mr. Arthur Santamaria. He is the Vice President of Hoke Global. Arthur leads a 270-acre mixed-use development in Southern Dallas that aims to create new housing, jobs, and commercial opportunities while changing outdated narratives about the area. Second, we have Mikhail Onyu. He's the CEO of Onyu Ventures. Mikhail is the founder of Onyu Ventures and the driving force behind the Idling, a bold new mixed-use development project in Southern Dallas that prioritizes equity, entrepreneurship, and long-term local investment. Welcome. Our third panelist is Mr. Matt Houston. Matt Houston is a senior lecturer here at UNT Dallas. He is a respected faculty member and an advocate for community-driven urban planning and workforce readiness. He plays a key role in aligning UNT Dallas initiatives with regional growth. So what I would like to do next is ask each of our panelists a question so that they can describe their initiatives. So I will start with Mr. Arthur Santamaria. Arthur, Hoke Global has launched a major 270-acre mixed-use development called the Southern Gateway. Could you tell us how this project is contributing to economic development in the Inland Port region?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you so much for having us here and for putting this spotlight in Southern Dallas and making development happen. I think it really only happens by, I think, leadership coming together, community leaders and involvement, and that's really been our approach with University Hills and engaging with the community, with the university, especially big stakeholders here. For those of you maybe not familiar with University Hills development, if you think of kind of the quadrant of Lancaster on one side, University Hills on the other, the I-20 and then Camp Wisdom, you got the university on one corner of it, where the catty corner, where the other corner towards Lancaster and I-20. So about 270 acres of mixed-use development Right now, the big push, what we're all in the throes working on, is the infrastructure. Prior panel talked a lot about infrastructure, and that is just such a key element for making development happen, and something that was really lacking in this part of the city. So it's been a tremendous partnership between our development team, the city of Dallas, the university, really all working together on getting this infrastructure lift happening. So with that, we're going to be starting the development of 580 homes. So we're doing the infrastructure development to activate those. No? So we have home builders who are coming in to build those. This is a representation of what that looks like. A little over a third of the site is the single family. It's, again, 580 homes that will be part of that development. There's a kind of a mixed use kind of town center piece of it. And then there's more multifamily housing, and it's really going to be something that I think evolves as the market receives the investment that's happening here. And it's often hard to be first to do something at this scale. Now there's been development in the community, but at this scale, something that's this catalytic. I think we'll be seeing it evolve here in the years to come. But out of the gate, we have a large housing component, which is just a huge need, and something we heard loud and clear from the community of we need homes, we need quality homes, and great places for people to live and to do things. So the town center I mentioned being in the heart of it, so it'll be kind of along Wheatland, kind of right halfway point from Lancaster out to the edge of our property. There'll be a new road that goes in, so back to infrastructure that, so all the roads and things that you're seeing here is what's getting worked on right now. And then we're coming in next with the mixed-use components. We have office, a hotel, and mixed-use multifamily as part of that town center piece of it. So we really hope for that to be a very lively, engaging, and a walkable kind of area around this water feature. So that's our plan in the area, and I'm pleased to be here and share more about it.
Thank you, Arthur. I have a follow-up question. This seems to be a big-scale project, lots of movement in that area. What kind of jobs or industries are you hoping to attract with this development?
Yeah, great question. It's something we had conversations with the university a lot about early on, and how we kind of position things from a marketing perspective too. And what we'd love to see happen is things that are synergistic with what's happening here in the university. Big science building getting built here next door. Would love to see, through partnerships and things that the university is doing, places for employment for job centers that, say, would benefit from having a nearby university with a large science building, producing talent, right? Because that's what it all comes to. There is a large footprint of manufacturing, warehouse, logistic things around Inland Port, and we think there's a great opportunity for kind of front office pieces of that. Certainly with the hotel component, hospitality jobs, and we see there being a significant amount of retail in the development, and so restaurants, shops, and things. So I think there will be quite a variety of type of employment. And that's, of course, in addition to all the construction that is involved, between now and opening those places.
Right. That sounds like a good opportunity for our students, especially our business students and all the other students from other schools as well. So how are you incorporating local voices or community input in this project?
Sure. I think that's from day one was our goal, and working with the city, with leaders at the city, Mayor Pro Tem Atkins, a very strong leader in the community, and had a tremendous championing of the project, and has for a long time for the whole area. So he's been a tremendous partner for us, and the university for sure, and just doing town halls and showing the project to folks along the way. Kind of what we're thinking, and adjusting and tweaking along the way, and that's really been. It needs to be that way. It needs to be kind of community driven, and that's really been our approach.
I completely agree that you should take all the stakeholders' input in your project. So thank you for describing your project. Let's move on to Mr. Mikhail Onyu. So I have a question for you. Mikhail, your firm is behind Adeline. a transformative project focused on live work, play in Southern Dallas. What inspired you to invest in this area? And how does the Adeline contribute to a broader economic development?
Great. Well, again, thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here. It's a great question. So let me just describe the Adeline for a little bit. It's a 12-acre mixed-use development on Bonneview, so about 5 minutes away from here. Phase 1, which is under construction right now, has a 4,000 square foot marketing cafe. So it looks like we have a lot of Dallasites here. So think Berkeley's, Foxtrot, Eatsy's. For my California people, think Erewhon. We also have around 5,000 square feet of retail space that we're leasing. And phase 2 will include 238 market rate apartment units. And so what inspired me to invest here and why I continue to invest here is one of two things. One, I went to school at SMU. I played football at SMU, and for the life of me, I'm from Houston. I used to drive from school to home, and once I left downtown, it was downtown Houston and then downtown Dallas, then Houston. I didn't really know what was between downtown Dallas and Houston, and so as I got to go to school and I graduated and I kind of researched, I was like, whoa, there's this beautiful area here that's neglected, and I don't know why. I researched, there's a lot of jobs here, there are schools here, there are brand new schools here, there are fast growing schools here, and for some reason this has just been ignored. And so I wanted to figure out why and figure out how we kind of change some of those things, right? And so the first thing that we wanted to focus on was bringing new quality housing. One of the things that I researched is the availability of housing that is attainable for people who are working here. So people who are working in the Inland Port, in these jobs, like working in the port, whether you're working, working at the school, working in transportation, the average salary is from $40,000 to $78,000 a year, roughly, right? And so I wanted to figure out if there was new housing that was built for that wage range. And I found out in the zip code 75241, which is where we are now and where a lot of our projects are, that number is 0, right? There hasn't been market rate development in 50 years in that zip code, in this zip code. And so that's number one. And so when you're making $75,000 a year and your only options are 1960s apartments or brand new affordable housing units, you go and live and you move to, I know we have some people here, but DeSoto, Red Oak, Lancaster, Cedar Hill, et cetera, which those are all high quality places, but what about Southern Dallas where we are right now, right? And so that was number one. Now, what's going to attract people who are making $75,000, $60,000, $45,000 a year even, to come, who are working here, that are working in the zip code 75241, but to move back here. In this zip code, in that wage range, there are 5,723 people living or working in the zip code 75241, but of that, only 3,200 live in the zip code. And that imbalance is number one in all of DFW among blue-collar workforce markets. And so right now, if you're working in the zip code, a lot of people don't live here, okay? And so we wanted to supply or support the market rate component housing with high quality retail, high quality markets, et cetera. Another thing we talk about is the food desert, right? We don't have the high prevalence of grocery stores, restaurants, et cetera. Well, there are reasons for those, and you could go back to my last point, which is when you have an overabundance of a certain unit type, such as affordable housing, and a lack of market rate housing, you can make a bad problem worse by taking a low-income area and making it even lower and disincentivizing retail, grocery stores, markets, et cetera. And so me being the owner and developer of this project, this is my opportunity to show that people here are making money, people here do want to spend their money, and people here do want to live in high-quality places that give them the same level of convenience that you can find in Uptown. Okay, and so we decided to set out, and now I called around to see if we could find a tenant that could do what we were looking to do, and I got a lot of overwhelming no's. And so we started the market cafe side of that so that we could have fresh produce, that we could have a high quality restaurant, so we could have a gathering space. The name of the market is Miss Eddie's, named after my grandmother. My grandmother was the matriarch of our community. I'm from Houston, of course, and I wanted this to be that kind of hub. When you walk into my grandma's house, whatever you're doing outside of those walls, it stops. Whenever you need a ride to church, she drove you to church. Whenever you needed a meal after church, you came over to our house. We had as many as 70 people in our house at one time. This is not a big house. And so we wanted the Miss Eddie's to be that and represent that for this area, but also give people who are working and living here a safe place to get good food, to get quality produce. We grow all of our own produce, which helps us to keep our costs down for our vegetables and our fruits. And that way we don't have to commute 15, 20, 30 minutes. And we can begin the steps to start showing people that this is a place where you can invest your dollar and get $1.25 back, whether you're a restaurant, market, an office, an apartment, et cetera. And so this is not going to be the one-stop solution for all the food desert issues that we have here, all the housing solutions that we have here. But what my hope is that we can show that if you can have an innovative solution that can breed innovative solutions. All the people who are at school here at UNT Dallas, when they drive by the site and they're thinking of ways they can solve hunger in their communities, I hope this serves as an example. And that's how we're bringing it back to long-term economic development.
Thank you, Mikhail. I think this is a great opportunity to ask a follow-up question, since you're mentioning that there is an opportunity for, retail, groceries, and so on. So are you working with local entrepreneurs or minority-owned businesses to bring them into your project?
Absolutely. So it's funny. So we're planning bi-weekly farmers markets on the site. So if you've been to San Antonio or Round Rock has a farmers market where they shut down. It's a regular shopping center, but they shut down the site to vehicular traffic, and they have about 100 to 120 different small business vendors there. And so we're planning to do that here. It's a 10,000 square foot building footprint, but it's a 2-acre retail pad, and there's a lot of parking there. And so we plan to shut the site down, park on our 10-acre portion, park on the street, and we want to have as many small businesses that we can in there. And that's step one, right? That's you have a concept, you have an idea, and it's in its infancy, and so you come to the farmers market. Step two, which is we're planning on having a 1,000 square foot small business incubator there. So imagine having a retail space where you have 6 to 10 small businesses operating inside of the space that are paying the tenant $200 to $500 a month. So they get storefront without the financial burden of having a brand new lease where they're paying top of the market, triple net, whatever. Okay, so that's step two. Then step three is you have a true suite, a true tenancy, right? And so we want to make sure that we can help guide these small business owners from their infancy, which is the farmers market, to step two, which is the incubator, to step three, which is being able to operate their own suite. And then step four is as we scale and as we add new retail buildings in this area and beyond, they can now grow with us as well. So infancy to multiple locations.
Thank you. Very interesting project, and hopefully, we can talk outside of this forum for some collaboration with our faculty.
Absolutely.
Our next panelist is Mr. Matt Houston. Matt, UNT Dallas is both a part of the Inland Port and a driver of economic mobility. Can you share how the university is contributing to economic development in this part of Southern Dallas?
Thank you. Great question. And I wanted to thank the university, UNT Dallas, and the champions who were responsible for the establishment of this institution, because this is a space or a hub where community members can thrive, right? UNT Dallas now is the only public university in the city limits of Dallas, which is significant for a large metropolitan area for not only our community, our residents, but for potential businesses to try to look for workforce and things of that nature. And so the work of citizens, as far back as the 1990s, that fought to have this land reserved so that we can have an Institute of Higher Learning here, and the stewards, elected officials. I saw Commissioner John Wiley Price here, who facilitates infrastructure in Dallas County. I want to also give a shout out to State Representative Helen Giddings, and I see Carl Sherman, who represented in her stead as the champion, as well as Senator Royce West, to allow this to make this school a reality. Why is this important? It's because we are responsible to provide education so that we can be the hub spot for catalytic conversion here in Southern Dallas. This is the most developable space of land in the city, and that seeks a lot of attention to people. With the university providing educational programs for high school students like this United Leaders, United City program that will start in June to help high school students know the importance of urban planning. We're partnering with ULI, the Urban Land Institute, to provide a simulation so that they can understand the importance of public-private partnerships or working with different parties to have a program, a catalytic project to work together. UNT Dallas is here to provide that hub. We are also working to build our urban development education program here. It will be an 8-week program that will start in the fall. We've had our pilot program started last spring, where my entrepreneurship students learn for 8 weeks the importance of understanding the importance of neighborhood needs through reading letters of different support groups, to understanding what developers are demanding in terms of IRR or the types of returns for that development, or what the city is requiring so that they can catalyze this area. They are understanding the elementary principles of that so that they can understand the movements that's happening in Southern Dallas and University Hills.
Thank you, Matt. We are running short on time. If you have a question that you would like to ask very quickly, or you can ask questions to our panelists once our session is completed. Any quick questions? No? Okay. Well, thank you so much for our panelists. Thank you for the work you're doing to transform the Port region. Have a good afternoon. Thank you.
And thank you all for coming to UNT Dallas. This is my peak spiel. I see people from my elementary school, colleagues, all of y'all. Thank you all for activating this space so that we can build our community.
Let's give them another round of applause. Again, please feel free to approach them after this for all of your questions and additional conversations. We wanted to keep you guys in time for lunch because we like to keep smiles on your faces. And so we're getting ready to break. The lunch is right outside of the door. We ask, however, that when you do get your lunch, unlike the last break, we want to make sure that we get here in time for this last panel. One moment. Pardon me, Miss Gail Terrell. Is she here? Is Gail Terrell here? If you all don't mind just freezing movement for one brief moment, we have a special presentation for Miss Gail Terrell, and then we're all leaving out for our lunch.
That's okay. Good morning, and thank you very much. I'd like to have a moment of silence. Afterward, I would like to bring up my friend, Jeanette Berry, who is the founder, president of OCC Living, so that she can speak up. One of our friends, the late Miss P, as people call her, Edna Pemberton, who was a trooper, a fighter, and a go-getter. And I met Miss Pemberton back in 1989 when me and a bunch of other people stood side by side with her trying to keep the Kmart in our community. And at this time, I would like to invite to the stage to join me, Mrs. Jeanette Berry.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. First, UNT, thank you, Gail, and thank you, Laura. I worked with Ms. P for about 14 years. I remember she told us one day, we're gonna take a tour and go down 45, Inland Port. They were building the Inland Port then, and she talked about jobs, transportation, and housing, which to me, logistics didn't make sense because I wasn't into it. But after a couple of years, we talked to Laura. She started telling us what she was doing, and right then we became friends and community collaborate. So Ms. P always taught us, no was no. That was not in our vocabulary. We can do it. We make it happen. So to see the footprint is touching, because 8 years ago, we wasn't talking about housing, and a few people knew about the Inland Port from our area, which is Oak Cliff, Redbird area. Housing, Palladium Redbird. So she was a legend, and she left a legacy. And we got to keep the legacy going. All of us in here, like you said, we are in here for a reason. And to everybody, community and people is what we need to think about and do, because that's what Ms. P did. May she rest in peace, but I will keep her legacy and what she told me to do, and that was our police department, to make sure they were taken care of. So that's what I will do. Law Enforcement Appreciation is May, the week of May the 12th, and we will be doing something May the 15th at the Palladium Redbird. So we will provide lunch and to just make sure they know that we are here for them. That was one of the things she said before she left here. So thank you for honoring her today, and we are here for you. I'm at the Redbird, Palladium, so if you need anything, we're there for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, we're going to break for lunch. And we will see you guys. How much time do we have? 5 minutes? Quick 5. Grab it and come back. All right, we'll see you guys in 5. 2 minutes to start time. We have 2 minutes to start. All right, before we move forward into our last panel discussion for the day, we want to again thank our sponsors, Elite Material Handling, UNT Dallas, Prime 45, Palladium USA, Kimley Horn, Star Transit, Stream Realty, City of Hutchins, Champion Partners, DeSoto Development Corporation, and Wilmer EDC. Now, as we get ready for our next panel on the economic outlook and logistics impact, we'd like to call up our panelists, Carolyn Mays, Jerry Schwebel, Michael Morris. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong page. Sorry, pardon that. Kim Parker, Tamala Thornton, Antoine Long, and our moderator for today, Brittany Johnson, who is an Emmy Award-winning journalist and serves as the co-anchor of NBC5 News at 10 p.m. We're extremely excited to have her here. She's a proud graduate of Howard University, where she got her master's degree. Yes, from Berkeley. I'll tell you what, I see. You got your master's from Berkeley and all that. We'll figure that later. She is awesome. Guys, please put your hands together and let's welcome Brittany and our panel to the stage.
Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. You all know how it is when you're reading your bio and you're like, let's get to the work. Let's get to the work. I'm really here because we cover housing. I cover housing at NBC5, so it's really exciting to have an opportunity to be here on the stage talking about an issue that has certainly risen right to the top of the priority list for a lot of folks. So we're thrilled to dive deeper into this today with this distinguished panel. Get myself organized here. How's everyone doing? We're your last panel. On a scale of 1 to 10. How excited are you all? Woo! All right, well, I'm not going to say we saved the best for last, but we did something like that for you all today. Let's see if I can get this. Forgive me. Tamala, we got some fans here.
Got some fans.
My goodness. Oh, here we go. Sorry about that, everyone. All right, everyone. Okay, so our panel is about housing as a driver of economic growth. So we're going to explore how housing at all income levels supports regional development, what's getting in the way of progress, and the creative tools and partnerships that are helping our communities move forward. So we've got 3 incredible leaders here with us today who are going to bring their expertise in development, economic strategy, and urban planning. So shall we meet them? We have, to my right, Kim Parker. Kim is Executive Director of Palladium USA, Executive Director of Development for Palladium USA, where she leads the creation of mixed-income housing communities all across Texas. This lady's a former Wall Street professional here, turned housing advocate. Kim has helped develop more than 5,000 homes and is a recognized industry leader, serving on boards and speaking out on affordability and policy. And then right next to Kim, we have Tamala Thornton, who already got a shout out, got some fans in the back. All right, she's the Executive Director of the Urban Land Institute's DFW District Council, and with 30 plus years of experience in real estate and economic development, she leads thought leadership and programming for ULI's 1,700 members. She's a Penn graduate. She's also a champion for mentoring and equity in the land use planning space. And next to Tamala, we have Antoine Long. Antoine serves as Economic Development Manager. Okay, now I know you got to bring your own crew. Is that you got to bring your people? I have a photographer on the way. Mike will hype me up here. Antoine serves as our Economic Development Manager for the city of DeSoto. He focuses on attracting and retaining businesses while aligning housing and economic goals. He's a proud Texas A&M grad, and he brings a practical perspective on how housing impacts job growth and city development. So we've got a well-rounded, yeah, give it up. I love it. I also do some coaching, and I love to say, we're going to leave everything on the floor for our last little set of the day, right? Like you want to put it all on the floor when you're at the gym. We're going to do the same thing today, right? We're wrapping up. So they say that you all set us up very well for this conversation, so we're going to hit a home run here. And we're going to start by talking big picture, Inland Port, and barriers. Let's start with the landscape. What do you all see as the biggest barriers to creating and sustaining housing that really meets the region's needs? Kim?
Well, Brittany, financing is a constant headache for developers, especially in today's environment of high land costs, high construction costs. If we're trying to keep our rents down for a good part of our residents, we need predictable, sources of financing that we can count on to help bridge the gap between the high cost of construction and the rents that we charge.
What gets in your way most often, on barrier?
What gets in the way most often is navigating the regulatory burdens or oversight or challenges with each financing source. So we're constantly seeking sources from counties, from cities, from the federal government, and we need our elected officials to help champion these sources so that they're predictable for affordable housing. You know, we'll spend a lot of money on a development before we even know that we have our financing gap plugged. That's a big risk for a developer to take on.
And so you're asking them to help sort of mitigate more of that risk.
Exactly. Help advocate for more funding sources that are allocated just to housing, because housing is such a critical component of economic development, as you'll hear from our panel, the rest of our panel today.
Awesome. Thank you. And Tamla.
Great, and I was going to just talk a little bit about zoning, because I know we've all had conversations around where uses are in conflict or in concert with each other, and often that's really just a function of zoning. And historically, zoning, particularly in the southern part of the city, has been really focused on single-family activities in one area, industrial activities in another area, mixed-use activities in another area, without any level of integration or kind of consistency amongst those uses. And as communities grow and as investments are made, there really has to be some thinking around how do you start integrating a little bit more holistically different land use types thoughtfully, but to the plan that would allow folks to actually facilitate living, working, playing, and engaging in other economic activities in areas that are proximate to each other. And so that's one of the biggest challenges for communities.
Okay. And talk a little bit more about outdated, the zoning in areas where you feel like it's outdated?
Yeah, I mean, zoning practices, were really often codified back in the late 60s. And so much of those activities were designed to keep, as I said, certain activities in certain places. And what we're really looking at right now is how do you, by thinking through how uses interact with each other, how do you start rezoning or upzoning certain areas to allow density or differentiated uses that are not necessarily incompatible with what was historically built, but allow the evolution of what has been historically built?
Okay, we'll get back to that. And I want to put a pin, specifically remind me to talk about the energy and which direction it's going in, if everyone's sort of on the same page with you or not when it comes to updating these policies. All right, Antoine?
Yeah, I would say, as someone who's, working for the city of DeSoto and actually grew up in DeSoto, I think I have a great perspective on some of the growth that's been going on here in DeSoto and southern Dallas. And I think the issue that we see in the Inland Port is the diversity of housing. I think, or the lack of diversity of housing, There's plenty of folks with the single-family homes. We love our McMansions, but as we talk about diversity of businesses that we're looking to attract, the logistics, the manufacturing, the aviation, we're working on some biotech things here in DeSoto. We have to then address what does housing diversity look like as well? What are those apartments, those townhomes, those duplexes and triplexes? And, at the local city level, there are some issues with NIMBYism we'll talk about here in a little bit. In addition to, future land use, it's the timing that these projects can actually develop and how, some of these development timelines seem to drag out as we work with some of these municipalities. I was talking with the developer earlier this morning, said, man, working on just 24 homes, it's taken me 2 years in this particular city. Not going to mention that city. But
Can you? Which city is it? A reporter wants to know.
In the port, I'll just leave it at that. But, just to understand that at the local level, we have to be a little bit more cognizant of the timing. Time is money as these developers are investing and working on the financing to make these deals a reality.
What are some of the sort of policy delays that can you be specific about what's holding us up?
Yeah, specific issues. The NIMBYism of, again, I just want my single-family home. I like my neighborhood. I've been here 20, 30 years. I don't want to talk about apartments because apartments bring crime, bring my house value down, and all these other types of things that we've seen and heard over the years. But again, at the local level, the education is needed because we're in this political season right now. A lot of folks are, working on their election here in May, but you have to have those conversations at the local level because if it doesn't take place at the local level, you see some things happening at the state level that might interfere or force some of these local communities to make those decisions. So the barriers at the local level around education, around the diversity need, the understanding that we need to create multi-generational opportunities as well.
as we attract these young professionals, as we attract these young families and graduates, the area of the Inland Port needs to be multi-generational. It's not just for one age demographic. And I see that happen quite a bit.
NIMBYism kind of comes up in the work that all of you do. So let's sort of dive into that just a little bit in terms of the messaging. Are you seeing any of these education efforts, that you mentioned happen at a wide scale? And if not, who would you call on to sort of help spread that message?
I will lean into my partner here to the left with ULI. They have a great program in place, and I think Matt actually just mentioned it on the previous panel, how you kind of walk folks through the development process. If you ask your city council member, actually, they understood the development process from the handshake to the ribbon cutting to the groundbreaking. A lot of them have no idea how that works. They just think, I just show up to a ribbon cutting and we're doing something great. The process and the education around that is extremely important. Again, back to education, I lean into my folks over at ULI. They're doing a great job with that, with specific program that they can showcase to some of our political leaders.
I'll talk about that program a little bit. It's called Urban Plan, and it's really designed to put people in a game-based environment in roles that they're not used to being in, and actually give them the opportunity to play the community leader, to play the developer, to play the city council member, and really start taking yourself through the decisions that are made both on all sides of a development process, economic decisions, community-based decisions, and it's really designed to help people understand and put themselves in the shoes of other people who are making these decisions and asking questions in communities. And it's really just about community stability because, communities are really defined by the character of their residents, and the character of their residents, lives across the spectrum of housing typologies. And if you want to create communities, you create spaces where you can live in an apartment, where you can live in a small single-family house, where you can live in a larger home as your family grows, and also where you can potentially either age in place or ultimately live with your children or grandchildren if necessary, but remain part of the community that you call home. And that's really what community development really is.
I think when it comes to neighborhoods, as developers, we have to get in early and talk to them and understand what their issues are. What are the issues that the neighbors are facing? And not just come in and say, okay, hey, we're going to build 300 units, take it or leave it. If that's not done early and often, then your chances of success go down dramatically. I've also seen a lot of success with not just going in early and often, but when our elected officials are involved in those conversations and they can help facilitate and spearhead the conversations. They tend to be a whole lot more productive. But it's really important to involve the neighborhoods. We can't ignore them. There are people that will oppose density, and that's okay. It's okay that we don't agree, but we need to talk to each other and respect each other and kind of sit in each other's shoes.
Awesome. Urban Plan, that's the name of the program. And who has access to that? How do people tap in?
Urban Plan is a program that can be accessed by anyone. We offer it to high school students, we offer it to public officials, we offer it to communities. And so it's just a program. You go to our website and you can see when we're doing a session, and anyone is open and available. But also importantly, we do organizationally, I'm going to brag on our organization a bit, but we just spend a lot of time talking about issues, sharing best practices, for instance, like the zoning upzoning that's occurring in Boise, Idaho. People here wouldn't know about that unless you were able to talk to organizations like mine who are deep into that work in other markets. And so that's a big part of what we do, is just bringing best practice and bringing the ability for folks to ask questions and have those questions either answered by local professionals or by folks who are coming in from outside of the marketplace.
Okay. And you mentioned the upzoning in Idaho. You mentioned successes. I want to sort of shift gears to talk about solutions and scalable solutions, because that's what everyone really wants to see. Tamla, I'll come back to you. You all track national trends. Are there any zoning or planning solutions, perhaps like what you're mentioning in Idaho, that you feel like are making a difference and could be applied here at Inland Port?
There are a number, and it just depends on the type of housing that you're looking at. You may be talking about upzoning and allowing single-family stairs or single staircases in multifamily developments, That's happening in more dense communities like your East Coast, the New Yorks, the Washington, D.C.s. Or you can look at some things that are going on in, I'm going to look at notes just to make sure, in Colorado, where they have legislated to allow accessory dwelling units, which in many instances in historical practice, accessory dwelling units were called carriage houses. But it's just opportunities for individuals, either your family, your children, your elders, to live on the same parcel with you. And there are actually places where they're allowing that development to occur and facilitating condoization of those parcels so that single parcels don't have to be subdivided. Again, a political process that takes time and effort, but then might limit the flow of housing. So just numerous opportunities.
And so the ADU, that's something that's come up at the legislature. That's being discussed. And we got a lot of emotions on all sides of this, because there are folks who feel like, in my existing single-family neighborhood, I like it the way it is. I do not like the idea of perhaps all of my neighbors deciding they want an additional home, and perhaps that changes the landscape or the traffic in their neighborhood. How do you have those discussions with people who are concerned about the changes that could impact their existing communities?
I'll talk a little bit about that. Most neighborhoods are experiencing density because multiple generations are living together in a house, because your kids can't afford to rent, they can't afford to buy. They're going to live with their parents, they're going to have children, and that puts a lot of pressure on traffic and noise, and so the idea is that housing can be a good part of the community and actually alleviate some of those issues.
Yeah, I know, looking at DeSoto, we have a future land use plan. We were blessed to actually complete our comprehensive plan last year. So as you work with a lot of these cities as developers, understand exactly what that future land use plan is. To your point, where are we identifying areas for more denser development, more denser housing? And I think what we're looking at here in DeSoto, we have, our major intersections that are undeveloped, infill development. So how do you have that conversation with your elected leaders, your planning and zoning team, and even your staff? Because, if staff is walking around with the 4-inch binder that hasn't been updated since 1985, that's a problem. Developers, as they come and engage with you, they're going to see that as a problem. They're going to go to the next city. Because again, I think one of the things to talk about as well is that demographically, we have a strong region. And those numbers are only going to grow as it relates to population, household, average income, median income numbers, soon to be 6 figures here in this area. So the conversation that we have is more, it's not just so affordable housing. What about market rate housing? Can we address those needs as well? And again, it has to be that entire spectrum, the multi-generational opportunities, the starter homes, and again, back to aging in place. I think another solution I would talk to as well is about P3s. We mentioned that earlier on some of these conversations. Cities have to be very innovative and creative as they create these deals. How exactly they're looking to assist with you. Is it on the infrastructure? Is it on the parking garage? Is it supporting some of the retail development on the site, as we talked about before? So I think the creativity is really needed, and really as developers, a lot of these cities just don't know. So again, to be able to educate them on what's going on in other parts of the Metroplex, Texas, and the United States, so that they can understand these are some best practices that we can replicate here in our local community.
I also think it's important in all of our developments right here in the Inland Port and really all throughout Texas, we offer mixed income housing. We have a certain percentage of our units are going to be at full market, anything from 30% AMI up to full market. We think it is very important for people to be able to live with people of different economic classes. We see success stories among the children in these communities who can live with people who have achieved success already. I mean, that's the world we live in. The world is not made up of millionaires. The world is made up of people that make $30,000 a year to $3 million a year and everything in between. We have to be able to serve all of them.
And we certainly need all of them in our communities, for our communities to thrive. On the incentive or the mixed use portion of this, let's get back to solutions, Kim, and some of the things that you all have done, because we've talked about this for an upcoming story, how you have to get creative in working with the community and some of the things that you bring to the developments. Can you share some of the things that you all have done and perhaps that have been inspiration for others?
Absolutely, and I'm going to call out our development right across from Paul Quinn College. It's called Palladium Simpson Stewart. We had 14 acres of land that we were building to 270 units. That's a 20% market rate, 80% is more affordable. We met with the community many times, and this was actually during COVID, so we couldn't get out in person, but we met virtually with many different neighborhoods and asked them, what are their needs? well, having access to some kind of parks, right? That was a theme that was discussed in one of the earlier panels. And we were able to create a dog park just for the neighborhood that we own and maintain. We didn't dedicate to the city, that the neighbors can come in and use. That was separate from the dog park that was just for our residents. And that really went a long way towards helping the community with things that they really wanted while bringing housing to those that work in the area.
I love that. That's important for people to feel heard, too, right? That they sort of got something out of it. I think people often think about what's going to change in a negative way.
Well, if you've lived in your home for your entire life and you had your kids and grandkids, you want to know what's happening next door. You want to meet the people that are proposing a development. And you need to also stay in touch with your city council members as well and learn what their vision is and their direction for their comprehensive plans. You mentioned comprehensive plan. I like to tack on to that and say every city should have a very clear housing policy as part of your comprehensive plan. Having that in place, cities that have them, makes it much more predictable to know where can I build this housing, because it is needed, but it may not be, the locations need to be fit in with what the city's vision is.
Antoine?
And I'll add kind of from the workforce perspective, I think as someone who goes out and recruit companies back to Texas, back to Southern Dallas, back to DeSoto, I think what's interesting as you talk to these site selectors, housing is becoming more of a weighted piece in their algorithm, right? Understanding what is that housing mix around my site, around that potential site? What is that 10-mile radius? Because if I'm hiring folks that are making, $45,000, $50,000, I need to know that I can, grab them in a close-knit area. We have a commute time in DeSoto about 38 minutes for our residents. You have some communities that commute time is up to an hour. So again, as we look to recruit companies, they're making sure that we as a region, we as a city have the housing in place. So I think that's part of the discussion and education that we have to have with elected officials. Yes, we want the big companies. Yes, we want the big jobs, but they need to make sure that they have housing addressed in your area, in your community as well.
But I think one of the things that we really should talk about is just from an execution standpoint, there's a mismatch between the cost of housing and the cost to deliver housing. And the way that you have to manage and the way that communities are starting to think about managing that mismatch, when you start looking at just the whole cost to income conversation that you were discussing, is how do you leverage the existing landscape that you have to diversify what's being delivered? Because, it's the conversation that you guys have, is you can't build 100% market, or often communities don't want you to build quote unquote 100% affordable. But what you have to do is you have to say, how does a municipality's zoning and planning policy incorporate policies that encourage preservation of existing housing stock, policies that encourage density, policies that encourage kind of a mix of uses, and then cities might start instituting certain things like deed restrictions or deed benefits for the delivery of certain housing types. All of those factors start to layer in, A, to define and stabilize a community, but B, also to give people the opportunity to build, and for developers, because developers are in this business to actually deliver a product, but they're also in the business to make some money. And if you can't figure out your economics of a transaction, then you're going to go to where it's easy to do a deal, which often isn't an existing city. It's often the suburbs or further out areas. Here we've got the opportunity where the jobs are to try and figure out how to make sure that we make decisions to bring the housing that's associated with those jobs.
That's really important. I think we see the mismatch too in what people want, because they're asking the questions about their commute times. And we're seeing now with the housing market and where it is that a lot of these communities that are being far out, now that people are being called back to work, we're seeing price cuts, we're seeing more incentives. It's getting harder to get people out to some of these areas because they want to be sort of closer in. Tamla, are you seeing that discussion happen the way that you describe it? Folks who are really sort of tuning in to the layered approach that we need to have. Any examples that you can call out?
I think we're starting to see it more here. Historically, those conversations have been what's been driving a lot of the activity on both the East and the West Coasts. We're starting to see those conversations more here because the challenge that Dallas has had is that historically it was attractive in many instances because it was so affordable. The level of affordability is challenging, but if you max affordability, transit distances, cost of development, all of a sudden now municipalities are having to say, how do we provide incentives, or how do we layer our incentives or our tax structures or our kind of land use plans onto developer pro formas, because clearly we can't provide 100% of the financing. But if we can start filling some gaps, then a developer has the ability to go to differentiated types of money that will also start helping build a capital stack.
And I think a place to start for cities is to look at your impact fees. Okay, I mean, impact fees can be, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars, 600,000, 700,000. Look at ways to offer some kind of waiver or reduction for a development that is bringing affordable housing to the table. Look at streamlining your permitting. I mean, the permitting process is a killer. We've seen success in cities where there's a dedicated person in City Hall that's shepherding the project from start to finish. That saves the developer a lot of money, a lot of time. And as Antoine said, you know, you might want to go work with that city versus the one that hands you off over there. And I ask, well, who's over there? I don't know. It's somebody over there. Call this number. And we're kind of constantly chasing the ball.
Are they treating you like a journalist that has questions? It happens.
Not that good.
We can relate. Well, and I don't want to stay in that point. I know we only have a few minutes left. We got about 5 minutes, and then do we still have time for audience questions after that? Okay, great. But in that zone, we talked about impact fees, streamlining permitting, our wish list. I mean, you all have a magic wand. What are some of the things that you would love to see folks out there start to implement so that we can see this come to fruition?
Guess I'll start. I think, again, just the education around multi-generational housing, because I think for this community and this region to grow, you have to support everyone. I think an issue that we're seeing in a lot of our communities is that median age is tricking up, and we have to do something, again, to attract these younger professionals from a housing perspective. Again, the affordable housing, the starter homes, the folks that are looking to age in place as communities. You have housing finance corporations. There are some communities who have these in place, have not used them, don't even know how they operate. Again, the education of another tool in our toolbox to be able to incentivize and help the developers to come into our market, to be able to support the workforce that we're recruiting, because again, you have to create a sustainable community. I'm a big advocate of strong towns and being fiscally responsible in how communities develop, and again, that's part of the education piece that's needed with your elected officials, with I call it the powers that be, your city council, your planning and zoning, economic development, and staff. If those folks can be aligned, these projects can move forward, we can definitely support the region a lot better.
Let me just jump in and ask, I mean, you're dealing with the folks who are saying, do I want to come to your area? What's at risk if we don't get on top of this? Because this is a long timeline, right? I mean, these things it doesn't happen tomorrow. So when you think about how fast this area is growing and how fast the opportunities are coming to your table, to your plate, what would you say to people about the sense of urgency that we need to have around this issue and what's at risk?
There are some real opportunities looking at Southern Dallas right now. With the help of the Dallas Regional Chamber, the governor's office down there in Austin, there are a lot of big projects that are circling around this area. You know, we're going on site visits almost weekly at this point with potentially billion-dollar projects, 400 to 600 people as far as the workforce, $90,000, $120,000 as far as the average income. So we're missing out on a great amount of talent that can be supported here, attracted here, but also developed here. Because we talk about retention, you have some great companies that are already here, you have some great people that are already here. How do you align that with some of your current K through 12 higher education opportunities? Because again, these projects are huge, right? They don't want to be on the coast anymore. They love Texas. They want to be somewhere part of that Texas triangle. But again, if it's not here in this Inland Port, they're going to find somewhere else. The tariff issue and that question is real. And I will tell you, Texas is actually a beneficiary in that. There's a lot of manufacturing eyes that are now looking here at Texas, looking at Southern Dallas to have their location to distribute coast to coast, border to border. So again, the investment, the workforce that we're looking for, the connectivity to some of the higher education opportunities, again, our plate is full. It's been a very busy start to the first quarter of this year. And again, the types of projects that we're seeing, they're more advanced, they're more robotic, a lot more investments. And again, the opportunity for us is huge. We have to support and address that housing piece because again, that's inching up higher and higher on that algorithm for a lot of these site selectors.
Absolutely, okay. Thank you for that. Back to the wish list.
I'll go. Public facility corporations. You know, in Texas has the ability to create public facility corporations, which are nonprofit entities created by local governments to support housing development, and they work with other private developers. Austin and San Antonio have taken the step and are using PFCs to really start driving the delivery of housing product, particularly that product that might be a little bit more difficult to deliver economically just because of the difference between the cost and the rent structure. That's something that we should really start paying attention to, and if we need to learn more about it, then learn more about it.
I mean, developers and cities, we need to explore different arrangements. And I'm going to bring the businesses into the conversation as well. Those of you with businesses expanding here, hoping to expand, have more jobs here, be part of the conversation on housing, because housing is so important to your employees' well-being. Be part of that conversation, explore partnerships yourselves, talk to developers to see how you can possibly partner with them, talk to nonprofits. We really failed to bring the nonprofit world into the conversation, but everyone talks about the PPP, right? As Michael Mars said, the public, private. There's also the nonprofit part, and the community part that all has to be aligned to make this work.
Thank you. All right, we got just a couple of minutes. Any questions from the audience here? I know it's the last little bit. Oh, wonderful.
Thank you. Tom Huth with Palladium. I actually work for Kim Parker. Great seeing
Get
you
back
all.
to work.
The DART Symposium that we had, 3 weeks ago? Great event there. But my question, Antoine, is for you. Okay, you got a great city manager. Where'd you get him from? Let me think for a second.
Somewhere in Dallas.
Yeah, somewhere in
County.
Dallas, right? Exactly. All right, so you listen to all the conversation today. Okay, what are you going to do? Okay, when you go back to City Hall and advocate for not just affordable housing, all sorts of housing. Okay, how are you going to help solve this?
And we just had a meeting yesterday on this because, again, we have a great amount of infill opportunities there in DeSoto. And again, leaning on our comprehensive plan. Our comprehensive plan says that we need 10,000 units by the year 2045. They cannot not all be single-family homes. So again, being able to educate him on, hey, these are some of the key areas that we need to develop here in DeSoto. Here's a great opportunity off of I-35 with 95 acres. Here's our downtown Hampton Road corridor that we need to engage with. Here's our biotech campus that we're engaging with. And I think some of the previous conversation talks about mixed-use development because, again, DeSoto, we're an area, we're a community that's been a bedroom community. But to talk about the retail amenities and all those components, that's huge. If you're able to layer that in with some of the housing, again, those are the conversations that we're just starting. Shout out to Magic for, again, just being there because those conversations have not happened before. Talking to developers, that was a curse word there in DeSoto, right? Density, that's a curse word in DeSoto, but now we're thinking differently because, again, we want to be fiscally responsible with our community. What do those revenues look like? How do we pay for these new roads, police officers? So, okay, so now that's relatable. Now I understand that there are some different avenues and routes to support the housing. So I think, again, just leaning on the conversation yesterday, here are big 4 project areas. Again, here's some key infill areas. Let's now engage with the development community. What do those P3 partnerships need to look like in each specific area? Those are some real life strategies we're putting to work. Hopeful 10,000 units by 2045.
Okay. Any other questions?
Palladium will be part of that, I heard.
You all heard him, so we'll be back. We'll be back. Got the countdown going, yes.
Okay. So my name is Brittany Huntley again. And so I had a quick comment. One, give you your flowers again, Ms. Laura, because the Federal Reserve did not put this on their radar when I went to one of their symposiums for for housing as an economic engine. So this is awesome. But I did have a question for, I believe, Ms. Tamela. So when it comes to the study of housing and also economic growth and just knowing people in smaller towns, they tend to not want to grow, and especially with the growing in the rental, what programs do you have in place that can possibly teach residents and people the difference in what can they do to grow their economic footprint, their financial literacy, so that they'll be open to developers and other businesses and regional leaders coming in?
I'm going to go back to Urban Plan, our game-based tool, because it's a great way for individuals to take a look at a kind of non-emotional activity and talk about development, redevelopment, changes in community, because unfortunately or fortunately, change is going to come. And so the question is, are you either going to drive the change, or are you going to get rolled over by the change? And part of what we're trying to do is give people tools in a kind of a non-political, because we're not political way, just to start having conversations, having informed conversations with your community, and then also just with making sure that this is accessible to everyone, not just to your senior leaders, but to the entire community.
That's a great question, and I think it's something that we think about a lot too, because you're talking about like how do you translate this to them in a way where they understand how it affects their lives, right? If they want their kids to move back home and their kids are like, Mom, there's nowhere to work, or there's nowhere to go because there are no cool restaurants. Well, it's because you can't afford restaurant workers, because the restaurant workers need to commute to afford to live here, and there's no public transportation in any of these parts of town, right? So, really identifying how it's affecting them. And I think that's something that I'm curious about. You talked about bringing in business leaders at some point. Are people keeping it real about how housing is affecting them? I got a message on Instagram from someone who's an SVP up in Frisco, and he said, I mean, we're really struggling because it's hurting our workers. He talked about sort of the wage gap, housing gap, which also should be explored, but that the commutes are killing folks and they're losing people, but the opportunities aren't where people can afford to live. And I asked them, well, who's saying that out loud? Like, who is really talking about this? So do you hear enough from the businesses about how it's affecting them, and could that be a difference maker?
We do all the time. I mean, we hear companies that are relocating here. I'll meet them at a conference. I'm going to use Canadian Solar. That was the name that came to mind. I saw them about a month ago bringing 1,500 jobs to southern Dallas County. And they said, we need housing for 1,500 people, and we need it like in the next 12 months. And so that's a tough conversation when you tell them, well, we have housing, but it's all completely full. We have a wait list. We have something that may be coming. It just depends. Talk to your elected officials. So yeah, we're hearing it all the time from businesses.
All right, Antoine's got something, and then do we have any more questions? And then I think we've got to close this out.
Yeah, I'll add to that real quick on the workforce side. What we also are seeing with these site selectors, that these businesses are creating their own workforce housing on their campus. So as they're growing, have so much demand to, retain and keep their employees, hey, we're just going to build it ourselves. The city is moving too slow. Our neighboring city is moving too slow. We have a 10-acre plot in addition for growth. This is where we're going to build those 300 units, those 200 units. So again, that's where, the EDC, we can come in and support those projects, but again, you need your community leaders and council and electeds to be leading those charges. Honestly, if I can be candid, and not just talking about DeSoto, I think workforce housing and just housing in general is a buzzword. We're not actually doing the work to execute the development of those things. The workforce, the employers are definitely having those conversations. They're dying for the workforce. But at the local level, we do need better community leaders to actually speak in favor of these type of developments.
Okay. So last line, last charge from everyone to the audience to take back to work, to take back to their community, a next step to move us forward.
Elected officials that are in the room.
Where are you?
Did they all leave?
Okay. Wonderful. Brave souls.
Advocate for housing. Be part of the conversation. Be involved in your community. I could say the same of our state elected officials as well. Advocate for financing solutions for housing. Look at creative ways you internally can help the process. Speed up your permitting.
Okay.
And I would say talk honestly about workforce. Workforce housing is a buzzword, but everybody who is a worker lives in a house, and that is workforce housing. So we just have to start talking about housing and commercial activities in terms that are human, that are personal, and that aren't driven by Facebook or TikTok memes.
Okay. And Antoine.
Yeah, just to wrap up, I'll just challenge you to actually attend some of these meetings. Go to your next city council meeting, P&Z meeting, economic development meeting, see what's on the agenda, see what they're talking about. If you have the public comment period, use that. All right, talk about the need for public housing as it relates to commercial development, investment in the city. Put that on your calendar, put that on your agenda again. Make sure you're aware of what's going on, because the NIMBYism folks, they'll be there, right? They're going to show up every 2 weeks like clockwork. We need your proponents to talk about housing as well at those same meetings.
Awesome. Everyone, thank you so much for your time and attention. Thank you to our wonderful panelists. We have Tamala Thornton in the middle here, Executive Director of the Urban Land Institute, Kim Parker, Executive Director of Development for Palladium USA, and then we have Antoine Long on the end, Economic Development Manager for the City of DeSoto. I'm Brittany from NBC5. Telemundo 39, we are covering housing big time. So if you have any issues, any things that you're covering in your community or that you want people to talk about, please let us know. We want to be part of the conversation as well. Thank you so much for having us today. Awesome.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have reached our time for our third installment of the Inland Port Symposium. We did it. Please put your hands together for that. Let's celebrate it. We're looking forward to seeing you all again next year. Just a quick note to each and every one of you, if you want to see some of the pictures, the videos, or even watch a replay of everything that transpired today, you can do it by visiting inlandport.org and signing up for the email distribution so you can get a notice as soon as it's available. Again, inlandport.org, and you can also follow on LinkedIn, Inland Port as well. Thank you all again so much. We'll see you next year.
But it is still, because the legislature, they're in that lull right now, where they're still kind of like, it's kind of rallying things. So we will be talking about bills, for sure. But they kind of wanted it to be sort of a, this is how we get housing, and this is why you see some where you see it, and why you don't. So that's kind of how. So I want to talk to you physically, framed a little bit differently, but it's going to be about how we get affordable housing, and basically the fact that we are building, but there's so much in the luxury market. So how do we get more on the board? So that's kind of where you all come in. Here we are, straight ahead. Can't see it on GoLink, we're still in here. Oh, you wait. Okay. Oh, wonderful. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we'll talk then. Okay,
They're making me sorry here. I hate getting them out there. No. No, it's all about it. Great job. You did it. You guys. Oh my God. You guys. You know what I would remember? You know what Tampa told me? It's that housing you grew up in. That's the house.
Absolutely.
Mine was a very small house. I went back and looked. It is small.
And you went back and looked. You know what? It's this whole thing. I want to do something about that. Like,
go back and look.
Try day by day, brick by brick.
And we talked about how my mom, single mom, could live there, will have one job, and like still do things because she could afford it. And like it was being knocked down and turned into expensive condos, and we just bring to that family that's like that. Like what does it look like for a family like yours to try to make it today?
I love it. You guys, only you guys could have done this talk.
Okay, me and Lauren, they're trying to coordinate photos. Me and you.
Yeah.
And I know. You know something. He's making you work so hard.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Hi, Brittany. Felicia, nice to meet you.
Most interested in. I was like, but I was interested in it.
I'm sorry. Well, and I do it because I always want to you know, because you talk well, and what do you want to know? I'm Howard, I went to Berkeley, I'm born in Dallas. My family is from Arkansas.
What part?
Little Rock, College Station, right near the airport. And so my mom was just here visiting a friend when I was born. So then I moved back home, but then I was raised in Charlotte, North Carolina. It's a beautiful place, and I moved back here. And my news journey, I've been so blessed. I've worked in, well, my first job was in Monroe, Louisiana for 1 year, but then I went to Little Rock, so I got to work with my grannies, got to see me. Then I went to Charlotte, where my teachers, my debate coaches, all those folks got to see me. And now I'm back in Dallas, where even though it's where I was born and I have sort of this connection, I feel blessed that Texas is sort of where it's at. You know, and I feel like if you're going to move up in your career in the news industry, there's New York, there's LA, there's Chicago, there's Philly, and then there's Dallas. And I'm like, well, where do I want to live in my house? Like, where do I want to do things? And like still sort of have some connectivity to family. So anyway, that's how I ended up here. But I'm really, I'm chatty.
In the best way.
Thank you. I cover housing. I do a lot of advocacy around health and mental health. I'm the walk chair for NAMI North Texas, so if you're available on May 17th, we'd love to have you at Grandscape in the Colony in Frisco, because we're raising that conversation as well. As a matter of fact, it reminds me to have a conversation about housing and mental health. Thank you.
Love AKs and all that kind of good stuff.
Thank you.
All right.
Hi.
I'm Keisha Rayner with Dallas College. Can I get a picture?
Yeah, let's do it. Sorry to interrupt. But yeah, we can chat.
Yeah,
We'll have to
actually just about to take mine as well.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, we were talking. Yeah, I was in the way. All right, let's do it. Yep. People